Okay. Now I believe I have worked out all of the technical difficulties. Uh, looks like we're good. Let's see if we can go to this and pause that, and then go to that, and then pause that. And I did post the going live message. Let's get rid of the coming soon. There we go. And looks like we're good to go. Hey, yeah, okay. Okay. Welcome in, everybody. Great to see you all. Nisa was first. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Jane was right after, right behind. Thank you for helping me remember all of the things that I need to remember before stream. I always appreciate all the help. Yes, that is actually my plan today, Jane. Thank you for that. Tenakotu, Imatara, welcome in. It's good to see you. I hope that we're all having a fantastic day. And I haven't even pulled it up. It's funny. That was my plan, was to start first thing with that video. Because otherwise we are never going to escape the shadow of that video. So, he did, though, watch the video about mana, correct? The Power of Knowing Who You Are by Tommy Iti. I believe that we watched that video. Finished my most recent article, which clarifies my stance on equality and why the left function on equality and the right functions on hierarchy far better than I could chat. Okay. We will definitely be checking that out too. I'll probably pull that up and take a look at it. Not the one that I'd already. Okay, yeah, I'll probably pull that up to start taking a look at that while the video is playing. Thank you for sharing. Good. Okay, good. And that is supposed to go to something else. No, because we are not going to deal. That's what it is. Why the majority don't vote is okay. Okay. I haven't had much time to look over my checklist or my stuff for stream. It has been a hectic last few days. I have this box here that you see behind me is is part for my van, which is not functioning at the moment. I have one of my friends, couple of my friends have had to move recently, and it was like all of the sudden now they already live somewhere else, and I don't even know where they have moved to or any of their situation, because I haven't had a chance to talk to them, because I have been glued to school stuff. Yes, it was Monday. Monday when the AWS thing went down. I don't know if any of you are aware or heard about that being an event. It really fucked me. Monday morning is my really important time sensitive stuff for school all needs to get done. And I was locked out of one of my colleges, and I could access none of the functions or features for the entire workday. I think it was like 5 p.m. my time when the server was active again or turned back on, and then it took me 30 or 40 minutes to realize it was back up, so I didn't get access until almost 6 o'clock. Um, and so all of my really important stuff that I was supposed to get done on Monday didn't get started until Tuesday morning. And I hopefully, I'm knocking on wood everywhere, hopefully have finally finished all of that stuff, because I thought that I finished it yesterday, and then this morning there was a whole bunch more stuff that that I'd missed that was supposed to be taken care of anyways. Um, it's been a very stressful and frustrating week for me. And next week is going to also be a lot of work. One of my other classes is going to start, and it's the first week of the semester is always really quite intense for me, because I'm trying to be active in the course, and I'm trying to comment on my students' interactions with each other. I'm maintaining a presence in the course. Weeks 2 and 3, I can kind of slack off and leave them more to their own devices. But it's important. This is a Foucault idea related to the panopticon. Right, or I guess it's actually Jeremy Bentham is the one who came up with this in the first place. But it's the idea of the panopticon, right? When my students, because they always know that I'm going to grade their discussion, right? So that's always kind of in the back of their mind. But when they go to make a discussion board post and they see that I'm actively interacting with the posts, then they realize while they're sitting down to write, like it's more that I am looking at them is more present, it seems to be, and that it's a thing that encourages engagement rather than being a bad thing. Often when we have this panopticon effect, or when we talk about this panopticon effect, it's in reference to prisons, or in reference to a surveillance state, or a surveillance/police state. That's usually the context that we're talking about the phenomenon of the panopticon. But in here, in this way, it lets the student know that I'm there in a way that lets them know that they can reach out to me. I'm present in the course. It's not because I'm not a warden. I'm not their prison guard. I'm not there to dole out punishments. I'm there to dole out rewards, right? That's I'm looking for opportunities to give them extra points on the discussion board, kind of is the effect I'm going for. Anyway, yeah, I should pet the cat and calm down for Monday. Kitty ran. Probably will come back. It depends. The cats really like hanging out on my bed during the day. Jane, absolutely. The AWS outage is a testament to why monopolization is antisocial. 100%. I was surprised to find out that my college's functions were so closely tied to Amazon's personal database, because that's what it is. It's a personal tracking system, kind of like Google uses. If for those of you who are Google users and are familiar, you can go to somebody else's computer and you can access your own Google stuff there, and then that computer will now know all of your links and where you shop and the kinds of things, your shopping habits on Amazon, and just tracks all of your websites and all of your data usage, right? That's you have this personal thing that follows you around everywhere that you go, so that companies can identify you. It's awesome that you're well aware, but I was only vaguely aware. I didn't realize that it was tied to like my job. That my professional college was using this um consumerist cataloging tool. I guess it should have been obvious to me, but it kind of wasn't. But it was eye opening for me, to be sure. And now I'm much more thoughtful and careful, or I'm trying to be anyway. But but well, with regard to this, Nisa, um, I, I I am definitely still feeling a bit of the stress from Monday, but much less so. Monday, I was really close to blowing a gasket. I was really not having a good time, but I had a really good experience with my class on Tuesday, and yesterday I considered streaming because, as I'd mentioned, I thought that I was caught up yesterday, and so about yesterday afternoon, around 2 or 3, I was catching my breath a little bit, and I thought about logging in and streaming then, but I thought it was a good idea for me to just take some self-care time. I took a shower. I took my time. I did my nails. I took a little bit of time to just let myself vent off that steam. And then so this morning, when it turned out that I had more work to do, it was okay because I wasn't feeling stressed or overwhelmed anymore. I was just going, ugh. Or I thought that this was over with. So now let me finish it, and now it's over with. So it was a final push of frustration this morning, but my mental health was already much better. You can deal with a little bit of stress when your mental health is good, when you've taken the time to self-care. Yeah, big self-care week this week. It seems to be something that is actually going around. Many of my students, well, I wouldn't say many, but it's uncommon for me to get inundated in the middle, smack in the middle of the semester, with a bunch of students that are all like, I just need a week. I'm sorry my stuff is late. I'm sorry that I've got all this stuff going on. Can I just have it just give me a week? And this semester, this week has been hard on everyone, apparently. Last week seemed like it was pretty awful too. Yes, I did practice some stoicism. That's and thank you for asking, because it was um kind of what I needed to ground myself, right? The realization that there was only so much that I can do. I can't make the situation other than it is. I have to just deal with the situation. And so yeah, there was definitely some stoic self check going on there. The wrong ice is melting and the wrong Amazon is burning. Yeah, 100% Kaimatana. Um and it's I mean, well, and I was just watching something earlier today. James from the internet was covering something just a short while ago, actually, about Amazon is thinking about um, using AI to replace 75% of their workforce. And the first thing that occurred to me is this is a company that has used the "we're too big to fail" excuse so many times, right? We are an important job creator, so you have to give us tax breaks, and you have to build our facilities, and you have to give us these subsidies on shipping and subsidies on fuel. And they have, Amazon, the company, has been fucking states and the federal government out of taxpayer dollars, hand over fist, and using them as a job creator to use this leverage. And now they're just going to be like, well, my city would burn. Tech is killing us. Tech is killing us. And this is something that is, my students are really very helpful, and we'll get to the video. I don't want to spend too much more time talking. I like catching up with you all. You're wonderful humans, and I love chatting with you all. We'll get to the video in a minute. But my students are very attuned to the realities of, like, AI. I think this is a good example that my students aren't worried about the concerns of their parents, right? The things that their parents are concerned about is that AI is going to take people's jobs, and my students are not at all concerned about that. They are concerned about the art use of AI, but they're much more concerned about the ecological impact, which I think is really, really amazing. That they talk about Amazon, and they talk about the fast fashion industry, and they talk about AI, and when they talk about these things, that's their concern, is that we have these conveniences, but the conveniences are literally destroying all of the resources that we need to survive at a breakneck speed. And my students are increasingly drawing their attention to CEOs and their thirst for profit, right? So this is the foot in the door for cracking into those, breaking the neoliberal egg, that getting them to realize that it's not just the greedy CEOs, it's capitalism, actually. The whole system. The greedy CEOs are merely a symptom. They're a necessary consequence of a system that is like ours. Necessary and inevitable. That's what I meant to say there. My equality article also argues why these monopolies and empires in general inevitably collapse because the proletariat must seek out universality to abolish itself. But the bourgeoisie must avoid universality to sustain itself. That's really, really a very insightful observation. Yes, that's why the state even allows socialist reforms occasionally. That is a necessary vent, right? The system builds a lot of pressure, and rather than letting that pressure explode, capitalism opens up a vent to allow certain socialist movements to foment and to gather steam. And it's I don't know if I've mentioned this yet on stream, but I really fear that Indivisible as an organization might be some kind of, I wouldn't say co-op or COINTELPRO necessarily, but there was all of the sudden a lot of really angry people who were looking for something to do, and Indivisible came and swept them up and then took them over and put them under a Democratic umbrella. I mean, by Democratic, I mean the Democratic Party. Right? right? To put them under the Democrats' big tent agenda, which isn't going to help us. That's the opposite of securing some kind of revolutionary movement or tapping into some kind of class consciousness awakening. Is for them to be grabbed up by something that is going to invest a lot of their time and energy and effort into electoralism, which is going to get them nothing. If the shoe fits. Yeah, that's and it I feel like I'm kind of harsh because I don't have a lot of information. I don't know about the individuals who are organizing Indivisible. I don't know about how they became formalized. I don't know about their organization structure. I really haven't had the time to do much looking into them, aside from having shown up to a few events here and there. So, I'm making a whole lot of sweeping, hasty generalizations. So, take everything that all of my suspicions with a grain of salt. But also, I think that there is, I think that there's that kind of thing where there was about to be a real explosion of tension in the United States, and Indivisible came along and took some of that pressure and moved that pressure in a different direction, right? Whether or not that was the intention of the people who organized Indivisible, right? That they might have thought they were going to accomplish some really great stuff. But it might have been the case that the effect that instead of it boiling over and there being actually some kind of social response to the irresponsible way that our country is being run, there was a venting off of frustration. And maybe that venting of frustration is going to build a new pocket that's going to explode and do something. Who knows? Activism taught me, especially on that kind of national scale, is that the path to hell is paved with good intentions. Right. Absolutely. And it's I think sometimes about some of my previous organizing efforts. And I think that that's an overwhelming, heavy part of the engagement, is that you can see a lot of people's good intentions, and then that those good intentions sometimes run up against other people's good intentions, and while they're trying to organize stuff and get people together and get things going, what you see are these good intentions that are butting up against each other because people have competing ideas about what's good and what we should do about solving problems. So there's, yeah, our organizing is heavily laden with that, which is why we need to be mindful about this idea of disposability. Pointing to the title of the, it's been this I've been using the same titles for a long time. Oh, it's means ends unity. I thought that I changed it back to, something else, but I guess I can update it now, because it's supposed to be more on disposability. In fact, that's what I'm gonna put. Leftist disposability. That's kind of a clickbaity. Leftist disposability is kind of a clickbaity title. Hopefully we get some people in here that are like, why do you think that leftists are disposable? And be like, welcome, comrade. Or the forces that are wolves in sheep's clothing, looking for those with good intentions to eat so they don't actually go anywhere. Yes. And that's that's again, to me, that's what it looks like. Uh, that's what it looks like. It looks like an intention, because it was, and I'm not the first streamer to bring this up. The first person to start talking about the just how quickly Indivisible was a thing, right? From nothing to having millions of people and sending out right, lots of they had a website up and they were contacting millions of people, and all of these emails, and because I started getting emails to I signed up for something somewhere on purpose, but then different others of my accounts started getting bombarded with Indivisible stuff, or advertisements for it, or things on my Facebook. It was, kind of everywhere. I think as an anarcho-Marxist like me, you'll like how I tie their logistics together. You can thank Malatesta for that. I read a letter of his, and he talked about why the dictatorship of the proletariat isn't actually a dictatorship / state like MLs seem to think, but rather an emergent action akin to universality, so doesn't contradict anarchism. Yes, yeah, and I completely agree with that, Tate Kaimatara. I think that is a very common mistake that doesn't get pointed out enough, where is, people don't really unpack that idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat nearly enough, right? Usually there's a lot of focus on the fact that we're not talking about an actual dictatorship where somebody is in charge, right? And we're making those kind of nuanced distinctions. But the reason why we're having that conversation is that people can't stop thinking about organization and cooperation in terms of state power and state authority. And I think I've got something planned for a larger conversation about unpacking authority. I've got some ideas, but I haven't had time to sit down and work those ideas out. So sometimes, Kaimatara, if I could just admit my greenness, my jealousy a little bit about the frequency with which you produce so many thoughtful literary pieces, because it's something that I would like to do. I want to sit down and write something. Lots of somethings, actually. There are a number of projects that I have in the works that I would really like the time to sit down and work on. I just am not there. But the last thing, the last aside before I start the video is part of this. I keep reminding myself that I have taken on a lot of work, so far as academia, so far as my job. And part of that, I'm trying to work as much as I possibly can to pay off my credit card debts, right? Which I was supposed to be at the point where I was paying one of my credit cards off this month, except for the ban. The ban has cost me about $300 in the last week, and it cost me another $700 the week before that for new tires, and then it cost me another $200 the week before that for the oil change and the new belt and for all the. So I'm glad that my vehicle is getting the care that it needs. I just had not planned to do all of this expensive stuff right now, right at the height of my semester, right when I'm trying to get all of my work caught up. So I'm just trying to remember that I can only do so much. I'm just a human. And then I need to take it a little bit easy on myself. When it rains, it pours. Yeah, 100%. That's it. A little easier for me because I'm disabled, and besides gaming, I have very little to do. I read and write, mostly philosophy, a lot. See, and that's Um, but that's good. That's a fantastic way to spend your time. Um, that's good. Soon, I would like to be in a place where I don't have to work quite so many hours. Maybe I could stop working at one of the other universities that I'm working on and just focus. Because to be honest, I don't really enjoy teaching at SNHU. I hate to say that, but it's really very mechanical. There's not a whole lot of freedom or um, creativity that I get to incorporate into the course. And and when I am doing work for that college, it enforces the way that the college is structured with the way that the courses are structured. AI could do my job. And it's very, very obvious to me that it would not take a very complicated AI algorithm to 100% replace me at that university. 100. The students wouldn't even notice. But what I do at that university, I'm completely replaceable. Now, at the other college where I've got several courses, I've got 3 classes ongoing right now at that other college. I only teach one class because it's not fun. I like to get the extra paycheck. It's not an enjoyable. It's terrifying a little. But what I do at the other college is not something that AI could do. What I do at the other college, the interactions that I have with the students and the relationship that I get to build with the students throughout the semester is something that AI can't do, would not be able to do. No matter how complicated you made that AI, and unless it was to the point that we have crossed over into the singularity and it has full consciousness to the extent that I have full consciousness, right? That kind of AI sure could replace me. Anything short of, no. And I have designed those courses that way on purpose. In the face of the AI sphere that we're in, I recognize my replaceability. I've actually got a video that I've got on my watch list or stream that's talking about how AI is going to replace professors, but it won't be able to replace the kinds of philosophy courses that I can build. And students that take part in my course, I think for many of those students, it's obvious that difference, especially contrasted with the kinds of courses I suspect that some of the other instructors at my college might be making, because we have been encouraged by that university to include a bunch of AI stuff and to incorporate that into the classroom. And when you do, it makes your job as an instructor very easy, because then everything is automated. But it also means that you are literally replacing yourself, demonstrating to the system that you don't matter and that your job can be done by an unthinking machine. What I do for my students is not something that AI can do. So hopefully that goes noticed. But hopefully that continues to be something that is obvious to people. If you enjoy the practice in my equality article, feel free to use it in your classes if you want. Doesn't have to be a Maori command, but it has to be a command most people don't inherently know. Oh, yes, I remember the stand up. Yeah, I think that was really a great idea. Should be a general channel on Discord. Could the general channel on Discord suffice for putting videos for future watch-alongs? Yes. Yes, absolutely, Jane. I would really appreciate if you would load my general chat up with cool videos that you would like us to watch. That would be awesome. Good. I would like to enjoy a snack, and that would be a good way for us to also jump into this video finally that I've been talking about watching on stream for weeks now. I have seen the whole video before. It is really amazing. I think I'd mentioned it probably take us about an hour to get through it, if not longer, because there's going to be a ton of things that I'm going to want to stop and unpack. But because that's the case, I'm going to go ahead and let it play and let this get started, so that we can get that going.
2,600 years ago, the headlines in the Bible written by the prophet Ezekiel describe the condition of the Middle East right now exactly.
Like the nuclear weapon moment on the geopolitical stage, when do you think? I'm going to have to try to pin you down to a date on the AGI timeline.
When you see the dread, when you see the evil and the ugliness that is just beneath the surface, society is such an illusion. The more that we lean on our own ability to improve ourselves, the less we believe in God's control over events. The message of the gospel is that God is in control.
Check, check. Everything cycles. We live in the ruins of belief. Not to be too apocalyptic, but feels like we're nearing the end of the line here. The only future, is the end of the world.
Get this picture in your mind. The Battle of Armageddon is in play.
I don't believe in atheists.
I'm curious how religion acquired this charmed status that it has compared to any of these other things. I mean, somehow we've all bought into it, whether we're religious or not.
I don't believe in atheists, and I thought this would be a really provocative thing to say, except that these days, atheists don't even believe in themselves anymore.
I must say I was slightly horrified to hear that Ramadan is being promoted instead. I do think that we are culturally a Christian country. I call myself a cultural Christian. I'm not a believer. You know, I love hymns and Christmas carols, and I sort of feel at home in the Christian ethos.
If there are real atheists, they're locked up in asylums somewhere.
And not only does it make a great deal of sense, it's also layered with the wisdom of millennia. And so, like you, I did mock faith in general, and probably Christianity in particular, but I don't do that anymore.
I may have given up wanting to be Jesus Christ, but I'm going to give as best a shot as I can give at being Paul.
So if you're worried we're going to turn into one of these religious debate Genesis type of channels, don't worry. I don't care about Genesis. I can prove to you that God exists with a parking lot. If you have seen a parking lot, you too have seen the face of God.
The ways, the means, freedom of movement for all, symbol of democracy. And behind it all,
anyway, everything I've said so far, I believe, okay? How to define religion, how do we do that? What does religion actually mean? Because the way I see it, we got this term really messed up. We think it means arguing whether God exists and whether he's doing stuff.
As an agnostic atheist, I don't know if God exists, and I don't believe that a God exists. And the only ones that I would really reject would be like the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, perfect notion of God that plenty of Christians like prescribe themselves.
What typical Christians?
Yeah, typically when I talk to Christians, they say that they believe in an all-knowing.
How about Cardinal Newman, who defined God as conscience?
Sure. So do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
Now, I do semiotics mostly, and if you know about semiotics, it means I'm kind of not allowed to say that everyone's using a word wrong, because if everyone's using a word wrong, then that's the meaning of the word. But
we're about to talk about some postmodern paradoxes here. This is something that I've struggled with here on stream before, live in front of some of you before, where what something is something that is definable. Like, in fact, the last stream, there was somebody in chat that was talking about fascism, right? And they were confused about why their views on abortion would get them called fascist. And I'm like, it's because there are characteristics about you telling other people that what they believe about themselves is false to the point that the state can execute them. That's fascist. That definitively, that's what that means. But then we run into this problem that we've talked about here on stream, that the postmodern problem, that what something isn't easily definable, isn't something that you can put down in concrete terms, because it's always subjective and always depends on interpretations among and between different people. That's the postmodern problem. But this is just going to illustrate some of those issues. Put videos in Discord. Order is from first post to last post. Fantastic, Jane. I really appreciate you. Thank you for all that content.
I'm going to carve out an exception to semiotics for myself, of course, and say that everyone else is using the word religion wrong.
It isn't something that's associated with logical consistency. It's not declarative. It's not propositional. It's not a figment of your imagination. It's the presupposition of your attention and your action.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Now these are religions, not really religion. These are simulations. They're all but meaningless. I'm sorry to have to break this to you. But what matters is that we're going to be seeing, a massive explosion of religious fervor, of faith, new faith.
The Christian framing is Antichrist or Armageddon. You have the one world state of the Antichrist, or we're sleepwalking towards Armageddon. I have a lot of thoughts on this topic.
Which is terrifying, of course. It's always terrifying when people actually believe things.
As a practicing Catholic.
But it's going to be fun. It's going to be fascinating.
As a quick aside, I found out it's interesting. I've studied Catholicism quite extensively. I know more than a little bit about it. But there's this term that came up. Apparently, J.D. Vance used this term recently. I don't remember what the Latin term is for, but it's something about, it begins with an O. Anyways, he was using it as a reason why we should put America first and not care about other nations. And basically every other Catholic in the world was like, J.D. Vance doesn't understand this very basic concept that is supposed to be about take care of those that are close to you so that you can understand how to expand that love to those that are beyond just your immediate circle. Like that's the whole point of the thing. Not that you should only care about those close to you. You should use the love that you have with those close to you as a model that you can expand out so that you can love everyone. And anyways, it's completely unimportant aside. Something that I kind of just found out about, though.
As a practicing Catholic.
But it's going to be fun. It's going to be fascinating. Here's some of the latest prophecy on offer.
Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
For those of you who don't know me, my name is Grace Solomon, and I channel Erixum, a seventh-dimensional light being collective from the star system of Sirius.
Hi, Street Cat Love. I'm not sure when you said hi over there because I did not have YouTube chat open. But hi, I hope that you're doing well. And I hope that you're still hanging around so that you can see me seeing this. All right, pop out the chat already. Come on. There we go.
And I asked them, what was going on with Taylor Swift.
It's time for our political leaders in Washington to butt out of Israel's war with Hamas and to permit Israel to win this war once and for all.
If you've been like manifesting and you're like, oh, but like it's not working. Well, the law of attraction is the only law that like exists, so it is working.
The way I understand, the Judeo-Christian inspiration is it is about transcending nature. It is about overcoming things. And, the cryonics thing, that seems like a retro thing from 1999. There isn't that much of that going on. So they're not transhumanists on a physical body. From a Christian point of view, these people are not ambitious enough.
Those of us who have followed Q since the beginning will be here to help you make sense of the coming events. We are among the first to realize that our petty partisan divisions are just trivial distractions, and we are all enslaved by a hidden enemy.
So you can have big religion, you can have small religion, you can have private cult, you can have public cult. But before we got here, for most of my life, we were just stuck in a cloud or a sky simulation. It's kind of boring. It's just the end of history simulation. Now today, there is no sky. Religious unconscious has fractalized into every conceivable type of millenarian cult, and they're all like jostling for position here where we stand at the end of reality. So check out this word, millenarianism. At the end of reality. So check out this word,
Okay, we are going to check out that word in a minute. Heck, what was I going to... I had a reason for stopping. I was in the middle of having a thought. And I wanted to share that thought with everybody. And then I was like, well, let me back it up to the right spot. And now I forgot my thought.
The cryonic
religion, you can have a sky simulation. It's kind of boring. It's just the end of history simulation. Now today, there is no sky. Religious unconscious has fractalized into every conceivable type of millenarian cult, and they're all like jostling for position here where we...
Thank you. You all were trying so hard to let me know. I really appreciate that. It's okay. I was just yammering about not being able to find the thing that I was looking for, but then I found the thing that I was looking for, and I hadn't actually said anything reasonable about it. I was about to start explaining it, so that worked out pretty well. Stand out of our light. It's an attention economy idea. And when I say attention economy, We used to live in a world in which we had lots of attention and lots of time, but we did not have access to lots of information. We were in cloistered communities, and those communities were not very well connected. It took time for ideas to spread among those communities. We have had an inversion of this, where we now have very little time and attention to dedicate, and we have this wealth of information that is constantly bombarding us, right? So our ape brains, our primate brains, are still wired in a way that is assuming that there is a void of information, and that we have plenty of time and attention to sort that stuff out. But we don't. We are constantly bombarded with stuff that we don't have time to think about, and our time and attention is... And think about this too, that the time and attention that you have to do the things that matter to you is very little, because you have to spend your time and attention surviving, your time and attention working your job, or, you know, for those of you who work, your time and attention trying to figure out how you are going to continue to live the way that you live, pay your rent, and these kinds of things. And then when you get a little bit of free time, what do? You spend it looking at Facebook, and spend it looking at Twitter, and spend it looking at all these other social media sites that just eat up your time, that just eat your time and attention. And so there's a very important thing here for us to keep in mind when it comes to the manufacturing of knowledge. Oh, I didn't finish the conversation on the last stream about separating knowledge and truth. But this is one of the problems when it comes to how we understand the manufacturing of truth and the manufacturing of knowledge. And by manufacturing in this way, I mean when you use your judgment, when the world presents things to you, and then you take that and your judgment processes that and formalizes axiomatic ideas about the world upon which you are going to build other kinds of knowledge. Axioms are things that don't shift, they don't change, they are static rules about the nature of existence. And there's a lot of this bombardment of information that happens to you, and you don't have the time and attention to be able to sort through all of that information to make sense of it. So you just assume it, right? In this assuming, this is systemic institutionalization, where the mechanisms by which you make judgments come to be interfered with. They come to be perverted in some kind of way by some kind of social zeitgeist, for lack of a better term, by social and cultural attitudes that you come to understand as accepted by everybody else in a culture and society in which you must exist, in which you must interact with other people by understanding certain kinds of rules, right? You can't just exist in society. Oh goodness, why am I getting connected to chat? I hope that I haven't been disconnected, because I feel like I'm kind of on fire right now, and that's not popping up in chat. Jane says our intuition needs constant tuning, but that's not popping up in any of my chats. Why don't I see that in my chat? What is going on today? But yes, yes, Jane, you are correct. Yeah, you hear me, and yeah, no, thank you for verifying. I appreciate that. But yes, our intuition needs constant tuning is a good way to look at it. And we have talked about this before, that the thing that we use to be critical of the world is something that we're not critical about very often, right? We are critical of things in the world, but it's very rarely that we look at this thing, the thing by which we are critical, the faculty of our judgment. The faculty of our judgment is not your pure reason. We've argued with Descartes about the ability to find yourself in a realm of pure reason. That's not possible. You and this, I haven't talked about this before, so this is a good aside. When we talk about this idea of Immanuel Kant's citadel of the mind, where we retreat into the citadel of the self. And I've talked about in this realm, we are the gods of our own universe. We can make and destroy at our whim. We can be anything that we want to be. We can imagine ourselves outside of time or in any time. In the citadel of our mind, we are gods entirely. When we try to transfer out of that space into the material world, we have to give up all of those freedoms, because the world of others is full of others, and they have other ideas about how the world should be. We can't just make others subject to us, because they have wills of their own. We can't just make the world as we would like it to be, because the world is as it is constituted by the plurality of all the other people who have made the world such. Right, so this is an obvious way that that the abstraction can't translate from one direction to the other. But here's the other side of that same coin, right? In our realm of pure reason that Immanuel Kant imagines, Immanuel Kant gives too much power and too much authority to this idea of pure reason, because that whole realm of pure reason in which we recede into the citadel of our mind is populated by the material ideas of the world that we have been interpolated by. I think that I said that correctly. That the way that we come to, because we are emotional beings. Facts care about your feelings. This is a real, true statement. We are emotional beings with rational capabilities. Facts care about your feelings, and you are a sensitive and emotional being. This is just true, no matter how rational or how calculating or methodical or whatever. You cannot obliterate that part. You cannot divorce yourself from your sensitive emotional body. It's simply not possible. And no matter how far you try to abstract that, no matter how far away from that you attempt to abstract yourself, everything that you come to know about a self is something which is informed by being in time, in a time and place, around other people and stuff, in a world of others, right? All of this is unavoidable. You can retreat all you want to in that citadel of your mind, but when you're there, every tool of rationality that you have access to only by your understanding of being a being in a material world, with material consequences, with material relationships that are unavoidably material. See, reasoning is an emotional experience. Absolutely. And I think that our sciences, our medical sciences are finally starting to catch up with this idea. Emmanuel, can you please stop giving too much power to pure reason? Well, and you know what's funny about that? The book is called Critique of Pure Reason. Immanuel Kant is trying to be critical of it, but it still can't help but give it too much power. So there's some heavy irony there. But I think that medical science is starting to catch up to this, Jane. We are starting to, we no longer think of the mind as the thought process center of the body. For a long time, science was pretty sure that the brain was the thought process center of the body. But it turns out that this is just one of the many thought-producing organs in your body. Your stomach and your heart and your intestines, these all produce the same kinds of chemicals that induce different states of mind that your mind has in, right, when we think about ways that we can quantify people's thought process or people's emotional states. The more that we understand about this, the more that we understand it's a whole body experience that is very, very emotionally charged and very emotionally informed. How you read, how you do math are things that are affected by how hungry you are, by how stressed out you are, right? Go figure. It's hard to focus on a math test if you don't know how you're going to pay rent or how you're going to feed your children tomorrow. Go figure. Imagine that, so this, yeah, it seems very obvious when now looking at the world through this way, in this kind of way, but even 2 or 3 decades ago, saying something like that would be hotly contested, highly controversial, and I would have a bunch of science bros, wanting to argue with about the brain. But those science bros have all come to understand now that the science pointing at the brain is just one of many thought process organs that contribute to how we see, understand, and think about things. The mind is more of an interpreter, right? Yeah, I think that's a good way to say it. Have an entire nervous system. It's not just one thing. Yeah, good. Let's get back to the video. It's good aside, but let's get back to the video.
Stand at the end of reality. So check out this word: millenarianism. Millenarian cults, they're animated by a sort of death drive. The desire is for the end of the world. Christianity is the most famous millenarian cult. Cargo cults, we want to get to those. QAnon, they're all having their day. And now the end of the world is going to be brought about by Jesus again, I guess. Didn't finish last time. Maybe the end of the world is going to be caused by ChatGPT. Decided it's answered enough of your stupid questions. Or Trump, who half of the people in America agree is going to bring about the apocalypse himself. Personally, I have good reason to doubt this because all of the previous predicted ends of the world with dates, they didn't happen. But QAnon, as far as cults go, I love QAnon. I truly do. As a demonstration of spontaneous, creative, religious energy, they have the prophets, they have secret wars, they have the end of the world, the anointed one arriving to sweep away evil, wickedness, corruption. They even brought back numerology.
So, Junior and Carolyn were married on September 21st. Now, 9/21 is uranium-1, because uranium's 92 on the periodic table. Uranium-1, which 92 and 1 is 93. The Pope wears red shoes 93. We all know the material of those shoes. Those shoes are made from human skin, baby skin shoes. And Trump told him to wear those red shoes when he came and handed over his power to Trump.
And who can forget?
I love how unhinged numerology gets. Now, I will go ahead and say, I like numerology. I think numerology is a lot of fun. It is a fun thing to get into. Yeah, it's interesting. There's lots of really neat coincidences that you can find, and as long as you're having fun with numerology, cool. Basing your whole life, basing your ideologies, basing how you're going to make decisions in the real world on numerology, not so cool. Probably not a good idea. It's fun. It's very fun. Very interesting. Lots of cool stuff there. Not something that you should base your... Crystals. I like crystals. I think crystals are very cool. I think they hold some kind of energy that is mystical and ununderstood. I'm not going to base my life off of crystals. I'm not going to depend on crystals to cure my cancer, right? They're fun. They're interesting. They're cool. They are not base your whole life on them worthy. My 2 cents on that.
About the apparent world of celebrities being replaced by holograms. That's widespread Gnosticism. And as a group, spontaneously, like an organism, they just recycled unconsciously 2,000 years of cult metaphysics. Now, I think it's pretty easy to predict that this is going to keep happening. And a lot of people are going to then wonder where in hell it's all coming from. But to theorize that, we need to remember what religion actually was before it was this stuff.
My first claim, atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting.
This kind of stuff can only appear when the religion of the sky is failing, the status quo religion. When the old religion stops working, then the new religions have to come up and vacuum the followers into their different little cells. This almost always happens historically in response to crisis. So I'm saying, I got this from Durkheim. Society and religion, they can't work without each other. And that requires changing a little bit what we call religion, because none of these matter. And calling this stuff religion conceals what religion actually does, which is a lot. Religion.
Another quick aside, and I don't have time or enough information to unpack this further, but this is also one of the things that Hannah Arendt talks about in her book, Between Past and Future. I haven't had the time to read that book yet, so I don't know what Hannah Arendt says about it, but this is something that she talks about. Welcome in, William of Orange. It's great to see you. Best and first sociologist. Yeah, absolutely.
Religion and ritual divides general space into spaces. It divides time into a calendar. It changes time from a cyclical process to a linear process in some cases. And there's a good case to be made that religion is also the origin of what we call consciousness, too. I'm not going to get there today. But the analogy that I'll try here is that religion is an organic artificial intelligence. You know, like the bursting creativity that emerges from QAnon as a group. Individually, they're kind of wackos. They're misfits. But together, they come and create this coherent structure of meaning that basically explains why they're good people for sitting on the computer all day. And making a structure of meaning that explains why you're a good person, even though you sit on the computer all day, that's like what most of us do. So to say that religion is a organic artificial intelligence.
So I would like to draw attention to the conversation that we had the other day about religion and fetishism, right? And I think that this idea that that's something that we all do a lot of is we justify how we spend our time, right? And this is a combination of that idea of worship, right? How you dedicate your time is something that is always a form of worship. But also this fetishization where we need an understanding. And one of the things that I omitted when we were having the conversation about fetishism is that we need to tell ourselves a story about how things work. But in that story, we need to fit in it, right? In the same way that I was talking about, we might not understand how the phone works, right? How we can push in the buttons and it makes all of the magic happen. We understand that there's magic there beyond our understanding, and that it's not really magic, it's just science that's above our head, right? But we can use certain mechanisms, certain rules of engagement that we know are true to make sense of what we do on the phone, such that we know that we can get messages sent and emails and that we can make posts. We know how to do the things. We don't understand all of the nuance of how all of those things get accomplished. But we have to include ourselves in this process of establishing some kind of narrative about how these mechanisms fit into a cause and effect relationship, right? That we know that we can punch things into our phone and it will show up on somebody else's phone, right? This is hopefully making sense of all that. I'm also a good person who sits on the computer all day. Me too. He's a very conservative sociologist, so that's why he's my favorite. Am I QAnon now? Atheists are the true believers. You can't limit God if you don't believe in him. The obviousness of that statement is so fantastic. But you do limit him if you do believe in him, especially if you are ascribing any kind of gender to into the God, like him, right? I'm only half joking because what is more infinite and metaphysical, the preconditions of a God, than nothing. No, nothing is actually, I think, going to transcend. Is generally considered less than something. No, nothing is the largest thing that exists. Well, it depends. Wait, I'm pretty sure, William of Orange, you've been here for conversations of nothing before. Where we talk about the philosophy of nothing is really quite deep. There's a whole lot. When we say nothing, what we are referring to is something quite powerful. It's an amazing, remarkable thing that conveys a remarkable amount of ideas. There's a realm of past not, right? There you go, which is kind of nothing and everything at the same time. Also, God, right, is all things. The Alpha and Omega, right? When people generally don't spend much time thinking about the Alpha and Omega. All things. The whole set. The whole set. That's what Alpha and Omega is supposed to represent. But the whole set in a Taoist way. All that is, all the things. If God is all the things, which means God is also nothing. Can't not be, must necessarily be. God is everything and nothing. And is those things unparadoxically, because Alpha and Omega, all the things in the set. If there is some thing to which you can point or refer to, nothing being something that you can refer to, then that thing is God. It can't not be. Nothing exists which is not God, or is not encapsulated within God. I'm an atheist and don't believe in a nothing. Don't believe in a nothing. Which I don't even know how to make a question out of that. Adorno is a great read for it, or Te Kiori in Maori philosophy. Te Kiori is a person, or is that an idea to which you are referring? Hi, Matara. Because I think this is a concept. Yeah, it's a concept for the void. We talked about that before. That's on my stream notes. Got a note about that. Te Kiori. The T or Te? Te Kiori. Yeah, we talked about it. Good. Didn't someone really smart show that set theory is incoherent at some level? Hey, thank you. It is Te Kiori. I don't know. If somebody showed that set theory is incorrect. They said there are all things which are unprovable but true. Huh. I'll have to do some. Well, if it was from the 40s, I would have heard of it by now. I mean, that's kind of a what's the word? That's hubris. That's kind of not conceited, but there's hubris there for me to make that assumption that if it's from the 40s, I would have heard of it. But I've spent a lot of time hanging around with a lot of math nerds, and I know about most of the big math problems, especially the hard to solve or quote unquote unsolvable problem. But I'll look into that because I like that stuff. That'll give me something to look into. Good. When I get the time. I believe that something always existed and that something is the cosmos. That's why you don't believe in nothing. You don't believe in an absence of stuff. Right, gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. That completely tracks, and I don't have any pushbacks against that. The issue with believing that nothing doesn't exist is that it is an idea that represents a referent that you understand is real, right? Well, nothing is it's a tough one. Well, I guess that's not necessarily true. Anyways, that might be too much of a tangent if I keep going along that direction. But anyways, more to the point, I believe that something always existed and that something is the cosmos is an idea that I have no intention of pushing back against. I think that's completely logically coherent. In a reasonable thing to believe. About it being rife with paradox, and I was when I looked it up, there was lots of paradoxes with regard to set theory, but guess I'm referencing Russell's paradox. Okay. Oh, I mean that's all right. We'll keep thinking about William of Orange, because if you can put me on the direction of some kind of academic source or study or something that would give me more information, I'll definitely check that out. Let's get back to the video. We're making good progress.
It processes, like, not individual fears, but kind of group fears, group anxieties, of course. But the majority of its function, even today, is to generate coherence, social coherence. This is the main thing I hope to convince you of, if you'll allow me. Religion is unconscious. We think of religion as if you walk into the religion aisle and then you choose either to pick one or to go home empty-handed. Now you're an atheist. Like J.D. Vance, right? God, J.D. Vance, who is, you know, a clown. He walks into the aisle. He walks into the religious supermarket, goes to the shelf, and
reflective of the broader instability in my life, something that really bothered me as a kid. And I think it was sort of
clown. He walks into the aisle. He walks into the religious supermarket, goes to the shelf, and picks whichever one of these makes him feel the best. And now he is that.
I hated the fact that I had these different addresses, which is something that really bothered me as a kid. And I think it was sort of reflective of the broader instability in my life. And yeah, that's certainly part of the appeal of the Catholic faith.
I don't know how this now works with the church, like, denouncing him, because the whole point of the thing over there is that the church is the authority on matters and not you. Now, the religion supermarket, that's not real religion. You don't choose real religion. You're not born into religion exactly, but you are trained in it, and it's coincident with your subjectivity. You don't have subjectivity without this kind of religion. We call it other things.
A cheerful good morning is a good way to start the day. Good manners will help toward a pleasant, happy day. And home is a good place to practice them.
Your religious programming gets installed at whatever, like 2 years old, 3 years old, and it's basically coincident with language.
These boys greet their dad as though they are genuinely glad to see him, as though they had really missed being away from him during the day and are anxious to talk to him. This is the time for play.
Wonder why I wasn't pausing. Welcome in, Darius. It's great to see you. Good. How are you doing? And what's the bunch of nonsense, William of Orange? Was not paying attention when you posted that in, so I'm not sure what you were saying nonsense in reference to. Mika Kind. Welcome in. Oh, the couch fetish part's made up. Well, I mean, I know it's just a funny joke. It's something that bothers JD Vance. So it's a joke that we all think is really funny and don't take very seriously. I don't think that anybody really believes that or, you know, we're only taking it so serious.
Pleasant discussion in a thoroughly relaxed mood. They don't pick this time of the day to spring unpleasant surprises on Dad. If they have disagreeable news, they'll postpone the discussion until another time. And this is no time to dun Father for a raise in your allowance, new clothes, or argue about other financial matters.
Like, at the same time you're learning to talk, you're also learning to talk politely, to use the correct pronouns. You're learning to stand in line for the slide and not use force to get to the front of the line first. And it's in this way that no one gets to, choose to become a subject. You don't choose to become a subject of language, and you don't choose to become a subject of religion. You don't choose to learn it or not. But the you that you are now is you having had learned it.
Something that I think is very valuable to tie in here is the conversation that we had a few weeks ago with regard to gender, right? When we were having the conversation, Slavoj Žižek was talking about the material reality of transness, that to say that people have a choice is really silly and doesn't make any sense in context with what one must endure, with what one must commit to and go through to be trans. That it seems silly that we would classify it as a choice when it's clear to those people that they don't have a choice. They must do this or they are not themselves, right? And to have this severe kind of psychological disconnect with your own identity is, not surprisingly, extremely mentally damaging and extremely mentally dangerous and unstable. So it's not a choice, and it's also not binary. Thank you for adding that caveat that I forgot to include there, Jane. But it's not a choice, right? You are the product of something, and you have to be that thing, and you will. And to the extent that you are able to, will determine how happy and flourishing you are.
And you inherit it from, your family environment, social environment, whichever behavioral code eventually becomes you. So what does religion, in my accurate definition, look like as behavior? Original religion is prior to the rules being written down. And of course we know the rules are eventually written down. But prior to that, they get their syntax from somewhere else. They have like a guideline structure. And if you do religion wrong, you're probably not going to go to jail. But people will look at you weird. Your mom will get mad at you. You'll feel isolated. You'll feel observed, right? Religion is the reason that you wait in lineups for your turn. It's why you don't walk across the field when there's a sports game going on, even if it's just kids.
We've spent a great deal of time dealing with this already. So it doesn't assume a deterministic universe, but I definitely understand why that would be the initial your initial gut feeling about what I'm on about. And I think that that's an astute and helpful way to have directed your pushback. It's not that you go against your own desires. This is I think a mistake. As somebody who teaches ethics, in this, Immanuel Kant is where we kind of get this idea, is that Immanuel Kant is going to argue that there's duty, that morality requires of you, and that duty exists in the world. The world has material properties that can be deduced in the same way that we can understand terminal velocity, and we can understand gravity, and we can understand geometry. Immanuel Kant believed that we could understand morality in the same way, that it is something which is real about the world, and it does demand something of us, or it has intelligible rules, and if we care about those intelligible rules, that we can do something about it. And Immanuel Kant thought that it was our duty to do the opposite of what we want, that we were going to have urges and desires, and that those urges and desires were going to be not in accord with ethics and morality. And I believe that this whole dichotomy is completely flawed. It completely misunderstands our moral relationship to our moral communities. And Immanuel Kant is going to make this mistake because of something that we've talked about on stream a number of times, because of the disconnect that we get from John Stuart Mills, right? Or we can trace back the disconnect to about the time of John Stuart Mills, when people saw themselves as individuals who have an antagonistic relationship to a state. And this antagonistic relationship means that when the state has power, it interferes with the rights of the individual, and then when the individual has too much power, it interferes with the legitimacy of the state, or the right of the state to rule. Right, and these things are antagonistic against each other, and that is a terrible, terrible, terrible way to think about ethics and society, is that the individual is constantly at odds with their society, with the other people in the world, for them to secure their own freedom. That's not freedom. If you think that other people's wills and other people having freedom interferes with your freedoms, then you don't understand freedom. And if this structure that we get from Immanuel Kant, that there's things that are demanded of us, and then the things that we want, and that these things are disconnected, this whole it completely misses the point. It is the case that you want to do what you want to do. Sometimes you are of two minds about what you would like to do, but it is not the case that you go against your own desires to choose to do this thing, or go against your desires to choose to do the moral thing. Either you want to do the right thing, or you won't do the right thing. That's what it comes down to. And that's not it's not a deterministic way to understand it. We have free will in there, and there's a much larger conversation that we'll have to have about figuring out where free will fits into our decision-making process in a world in which we are interpolated. That is, we come to be informed beings by the community, by the world, by our material conditions. We are shaped by culture and society. We become those beings as a product of culture and society. And we have some modicum of individualism, some individual freedom in there, but that freedom isn't going against our own wills, and it certainly, there's no freedom in going against the wills of others. There's a whole lot of stuff in chat I need to get caught up with. If the main man in the high castle shows how truth dies under total control, what does the resurgence of populism under Trump's second presidency say about America's relation? Oh, that's your Nova writer. I forgot, Mika Kind, that you are actually Nova writer. I hope that you get your other account worked out soon. I'm sorry that I forgot that was you. The man in the high castle should and a section to America's relationship with truth and history. I haven't seen the man in the high castle. But I can say the resurgence of populism under Trump's second presidency say about America's relationship with truth and history. What it says is that Americans would much rather live in mythology than in material reality. That's, I think, what I would say to that is that Americans have been conditioned to understand mythology as truth, and that mythology is more appealing. It looks better than the reality that they've been supporting and advocating for, a state which is actually a colonial supervillain. That's actually one of the most evil empires to have ever existed on the planet, right? And people don't want to be connected with the evil empire. So they build this mythology around the fact that America is the greatest. We are a bastion of democracy. We are about justice. And we are going to be the police of the world to make sure that justice and truth is defended, right? That's the mythology that Americans are living, because they don't want to wake up to the reality. The reality is that they have been supporting and waving the banner for a genocidal ethnic cleansing machine that's responsible for some of the most amazing human tragedies that have ever been in human history. I guess I'm more Kantian than you. You probably are. I disagree with Immanuel Kant an awful lot about a whole bunch of stuff. Be separated from the collective, and collectives are just groups of individuals. Right, Jane. Right. Individuals cannot be separated from a collective, and collectives are just a group of individuals. That's the reductive. To assume that you always do what you want to do because you did it. To me, it's circular. It's not. It's not William of Orange. It's not. It's not reductive. I'm not just right. I'm not just hand waving. Right. To be clear, there is no hand waving going on with regard to that. Oftentimes we do things we wish we didn't do or didn't even really. No. Oftentimes we do things we wish we didn't do or didn't really want to do. That is an untrue statement. No. You might make mistakes about what you believe the good is and make a decision and then regret that decision. But you did what you wanted to do. You were mistaken about what the good was or what you would like, right? Sometimes we get a job and then we don't like the job that we get, right? That doesn't mean that we do what we don't want to do. We sought out the job we wanted, and those two things are unrelated. We don't know what we want a lot of times until we have it. And then when we have it, that's when we figure out whether or not it is what we want. We do what we want in all of the cases, right? If you wanted to sit around and play video games, but instead you help your friend move, then it's not the case that you would rather play video games. You care about your friend, right? You did what you wanted to do, which is help your friend. And if you didn't want to help your friend, you would stay home and play video games. That's what you would do. There's no hand wavy thing here. I probably mean the U.S. I'm not sure what you mean, but yes, I probably mean the U.S., Darius. If I'm talking trash, I probably mean the U.S. Even if you haven't seen The Man in the High Castle, it's about what happens when America becomes a dictatorship. I think Trump's leadership shows how democracy can start sliding towards that kind of control. Trump's leadership. Do you think Trump's leadership shows how a democracy can start sliding toward that kind of control? Not through war, but through influence and belief. Yes, I think that Trump's leadership shows how democracy can start sliding into that kind of control. Through influence and belief. Through religion, actually. That's where the video is going, Nova Rider. That's what the video is talking about, is that exact thing that you're talking about. But again, I would like to throw out a bit of clarification. And this isn't really pushing against what Nova Rider said, but just clarifying that we don't live in a democracy. Our our fast descent towards fascism is facilitated by the fact that we have a representative democracy, and those representatives just want to stay in power. And they're willing to do whatever it takes to stay in power, even if that power is fascist. So that's and also a large part of the problem. Yes, it is the case that there is a cult of personality, this religion that is compelling regular, ordinary people to go along with the fascist stuff that's going on. But the vast majority of those people don't have any control. They don't have access to the levers of power in society. Now, some of these people do have the means of production, but that's a whole other conversation that they could just seize. Right? The people in power are interested in maintaining power, and right now, power is fascist. So naturally, that's where the leaders are drifting. Oh, welcome in again, Street Cat Love. I'm sorry I didn't say hi to you earlier. I said hi to you on YouTube, but I think you may have already stepped away. Also, I just forgot to open up chat. Anyways, I hope you're doing well, Street Cat Love. I just should give out there's got some viewers. Everyone, if you're not already following Street Cat Love, please go follow them. They are more than just cute cats, though there are also cute cats. So, you're a comrade, go give him a follow. We have any other okay. Oh, good. Yes, Trump is more of a symptom than the cause of all this. Absolutely, right? I hear an awful lot of people talk about stopping Trump, right? And what it would take to stop Trump, and that's wasted direction. That's wasted energy. That's a waste of time. Trump is a symptom, and we need to root out the problem. If we cut off the head of Trump, right, metaphorically or however we want to phrase replacement, that's a contingent of America that's real, that's a material condition that we need to do something about, right? That's actually the problem. Trump is the symptom of that. And there's lots of other problems that Trump is a symptom of, right? Our rampant sexism in this country. I'm not saying that Hillary Clinton would have been a great president, but it would have been nice for there to be a female president at some point, right? And the idea that Americans cannot comprehend that there could be a woman in the White House is Darius, you're going to have to be way, way, way more careful with your language. That's an inappropriate thing for you to have said. I'm glad that you immediately tried to clarify after that, but it is still a very, very inappropriate thing for you to have said in the first place. It's always a mistake to blame any group of people for all of society's problems. That's otherism, and it's a fascist idea. That's actually fascism. When you look to some other bad guy, some element in society as to the root of your problems, and you just need to eliminate that root, and those roots are people, that's fascism. That's what you're talking about is a fascist system or an apartheid system. It's the same thing last time you were in my chat, actually. This has come up again. I'm going to need you to be a lot more careful about, you're going to have to be a lot more careful about your language. Right. But now you're trying to justify the thing that you said. No, you say, I mean that but right. You say, no, but then you double down on on the inappropriate thing that you've said. There are people who are bribing our politicians. Yes, that is a true statement. Some of them happen to be of religious affiliations. Many of them are Christian. Many of them are Jewish. Some of them are Islamic, right? There are lots of religious people who, come to find out, are also politically motivated. And it is always a mistake for you to point to any one group of people and assume that those group of people are anything, let alone a problem for society. Sorry, that was, let me get back to William of Orange here. Oh, and I didn't read this too. I don't think MLs are like my equality article because it argues hierarchy is inherently right-wing, including the state. It's probably why it's getting less traffic than my articles usually do. I would imagine that would probably be the case. Anything that's anti-state really is difficult for people to understand in the first place. And I believe that a lot of times there's misunderstandings that interfere with people's ability to get at the content. So that might be an additional problem that you have. But the ones both. The real problem is the structure of the government. Okay, it's abusable at some point. Someone will abuse it, and that's why we prefer republics to kingdoms as peons. There's a lot that I want to push back there against you, William of Orange, but it's just not really worth the time. Not because I don't want to have those conversations with you. There's just so many other important things going on in chat right now. I might come back to that. More, but for now, no, just about them. Well, see, Darius, good, right. So what I need you to do, Darius, right now, I don't really know if there's more, but for now, I just know about them. Now, I need you to take this moment to think about the sources of information that have given you this impression. I want you to get your fingers off the keyboard and take a moment and think about the media sources, the news sources, the websites that you're going to, the forums that you are frequenting when you are online, right? If you are in places and those places are talking about the Jews, right, in this kind of way, you're in bad places. You are in places that are deliberately fomenting anti-Semitism, and you need to be aware of that. You need to be aware that you are in places that are gross and kind of disgusting and are definitely interfering with your ability to think about the world in a kind of way. Read it in a journal, and that's I don't mean bullshit on that, Darius. I don't mean to completely call bullshit, but I'm gonna press X for doubt there. You didn't read it in a journal, right? That this has become a recurring thing for you. This is something that you are regularly in contact with, and what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to help you out, right? I am a biased person, and I am trying to convince you of something. I am trying to be very transparent about what I'm trying to convince you of because I want you to be a critical thinker. The other sources that you are exposed to are trying to manipulate you without you realizing that they are manipulating the way that you think and understand the world. Right? You need to, I'm trying to help you understand that something is going on to you. The world is doing something to you, and you need to wake up. Wake up! Stop being passive and accepting the things that the world are giving you, and start thinking about these things more critically. I'm not calling you anything. And this is something that I think many people misunderstand. And this is when I teach ethics, there's a whole 30 minutes that I dedicate to the conversations around race and racism, right? If you are going about your regular day and somebody in your regular day says, hey, that's racist to you, right? This is not, most likely not somebody who's name calling because they're trying to hurt your feelings, because they disagree with you and they're trying to say something mean and offensive that's going to hurt your feelings. If somebody says that's racist, they're trying to draw to your attention that the words or actions that you are currently engaging in have a material consequence, and the material consequence is upholding a system of white supremacy, right? When people say that the things that you are saying are fascist things, they're not calling you a fascist. I'm not calling you a fascist. I have said on a number of occasions that the things that you have said are fascist things to say. And I'm trying to help you because you should probably try to avoid saying those kinds of things, right? Instead of being upset with me for saying things to you that you don't like, that you don't want to hear, that hurt your feelings or make you feel emotional. And instead of that, focus on the reality. Don't you want to not be fascist? Don't you want to not be racist? Because if those are the things that you want, then you would want people to tell you when you are being that. Right? And this actually goes back up to William of Orange's initial, what got us on this conversation in the first place. If you want to be racist, you will be. And you will, even when other people point out the reality that there are material conditions, there are material consequences for the things that you do and say. Reminds me when you critique white people or men, and a white person or a man chimes up and says, not all white people or not all men. Yes, exactly. When you never said so. You put up a window, it's their own fault they're so close to it, they don't see their reflection in it. Yeah. But the problem still remains. A lot of lobbies helped Trump with social media programs, and now he's putting tariffs everywhere. But I mean, that's a very good point. Yeah, I mean, lobbies and dark money is definitely a big thing. But again, Trump isn't the problem. Symptom of the problem. We have problems with white supremacy and with sexism and with conservatism, the idea that capitalism is going to save us from all, that we can consume our way out of our problems. Those are all ideas that Donald Trump represents, that are the religious ideas made manifest by having that man in power is actually how that translates. I don't think that's fair if you say white people are the problem and secretly mean, well, not all white people. Wait, I think that's fair. If you say white people are the problem, no. Good, William of Orange. White people are the problem. And that doesn't need any more qualification. If somebody chimes up and says, not all white people, that's somebody who has outed themselves, who sees themselves as indivorceably associated with the system of white supremacy. If we're talking about dismantling white supremacy or overcoming racism, and white people are the problem, and somebody who is white chimes up, they are just outing themselves. And the reason why there's no contradiction here is because white isn't a race. That's not your ethnicity. You're not a white person. If you identify as white, that is something you are taking up and making a part of you that doesn't need to be a part of you. You're from somewhere. Your family, your ancestors are from some place. And they're not from Whiteistan. Problem is always hierarchical power structures. The problem is always hierarchical power structures. At least in my country, the left wing look really ridiculous. They can just take votes from the radical left. Huh. What country are you in, Darius, if you don't mind sharing? Central, liberal, Europeist? No, that's a catch-22. Welcome in, Matt. Great to see you. I hope you're doing well today. Like saying, well, black people all do the crime. Yeah, well, no. It's their fault for chiming up and defending the system of white supremacy, right? Actually, it does, and in a way, white does too. So good. That's a very, very good pushback. Good. We're gonna have a little bit of an aside here. We're gonna put the video on hold. Fantastic. Good. So I feel like we might have to pull up Nell Irvin Painter here. You can trace back the invention of whiteness. It was an invented idea, and it was invented as an idea on purpose to disrupt class solidarity. In fact, somebody made a comment earlier about people's tendencies to move away from oh, that was you. People's tendencies to move away from monarchy. That's actually a fallacy. To believe that people would prefer more democratic control over a monarchy is a myth. It turns out when you give people the opportunity to choose, usually what they choose to do is to give their power over to somebody else. Almost always, almost exclusively. But whiteness was an invention invented on purpose by people who had lots of capital and who had lots of control over the levers of the state, who didn't want to give those things up to the people who were unhappy with the way that things were being run. So it was invented to disrupt class solidarity between the bourgeoisie and the working class. And the earliest inventions of whiteness don't include Irish, Scottish, anything Celt. There's whole groups of people that look just like me who were excluded from that category of whiteness. And then when the enslaved peoples were liberated in the United States, but all of those white supremacists still wanted to keep them down, they began to include other groups, like the Irish, in exchange for the Irish taking up positions of policing authority to maintain the system of white supremacy, right? That they were given a carrot and told that if they were willing to abuse those other people, that they would be given the mantle of whiteness, right? So there is this idea of whiteness as an actual coherent thing. And as a reaction to this, as the enslaved peoples who were ripped away from their culture and their land, with no idea of their ancestry, these people developed for themselves an idea of blackness, capital B, black identity. That is a group of people who were enslaved people who are a living testament to people ripped apart and entirely divorced from their place of origin, right? Irrevocably ripped from their cultural heritage. So capital B, black, is a group of people that is recognized as a group of people in the same way that whiteness is a group of people that is recognized as a group of people. But again, those people have no origin. They have no geographical relationship to or with each other. None of our cultural heritages of all of the white groups of people have anything to do with each other. There's no coherent reason for us to be grouped that way other than to disrupt class solidarity. I like the Cinderella thing. I really, I think that works pretty well, Kayamatara. It is, if put the shoe on if you like. We're trying to dismantle white supremacy here. Put the shoe on if you wanna if the shoe fits. That's funny. They say white people don't have culture. We have spent centuries murdering indigenous people, stealing and watering down their cultures for ourselves. And that's what the legacy of white supremacy is, of whiteness, is just the eradication of other peoples, the subjectation of other peoples. That's what whiteness is. And if you and that's the thing. If you identify something that you need to reflect on, that's something that you need to be much more concerned about. Because that's what the heritage and history of whiteness is. Genocide, cultural genocide, and oppression. Systematized oppression is what whiteness is. And if you've taken up parts of that and made it part of your personal identity, that's something that you need to disentangle. That's what decolonization is about. And from Italy, an example is like the representative of the biggest leftist party on the International Congress, and said, in Italy, it's in danger, the democracy, because the right wing is the government, and also the freedom of press is being destroyed. I have heard that Italy's going through a lot of wild stuff right now. I think it's pretty ridiculous that one member of the parliament starts talking garbage of their own democracy. Why? I mean, shouldn't politicians be able to be critical of their own countries and the system that they're in? And that's if you don't think that people are allowed to dissent to their government or disapprove of their government, that's not a good thing. There's a word for that, for not wanting to let people dissent from the governmental control. Only by, there's a whole lot of stuff in chat. Unsettling the naturalness of whiteness. as the organizing principle of social order, can decolonial movements begin to reconstitute the social fabric on genuinely liberationist and pluralistic grounds. That's why critiquing white people in generalization is far different than doing it to black people, which is racism. Right. Did you get the systemic? No, you did not get the. It doesn't really matter. The only thing that I would add to that, Kayamatara, is, black as a group of people has no systemic control over the levers and mechanisms of truth or the orchestration of building society. But white people hold a lot of those institutional powers. So there's this massive institutional apparatus there that supports the system of white supremacy that black, capital B, black people don't have as well. That's what the Roman Empire did. Yep. I no longer say I'm white. Yep. Good. Existence as beneficiaries of colonization depends on the continuation of the colonial order. True solidarity would require abolishing the colonial relationship with itself, which is the act to dissolve the very categories of settler and ally. Yes. Yes. Order doesn't matter. Yeah, you know the order doesn't matter. Because I was like, it not because of, but they would happen in tandem. That would happen at the same time. To be an ally with the colonial system is to participate in the maintenance of that system, even when one's intentions are benevolent. Identity of ally is only possible inside the hierarchy claims to resist. I did not actually, hold on. Okay, good. I want to read this whole thing again. Settlers cannot be allies to indigenous people while remaining settlers. Undisputable. Their existence as beneficiaries of colonization depends on the continuation of the colonial order. True solidarity would require abolishing the colonial relationship with itself. And I'll back up. Their existence as beneficiaries of colonization depend on the continuation of the colonial order. And here's where the white thing is. Again, if we are talking about dismantling a system of white supremacy, and somebody comes in to interject and say, well, not all white people, right? That's somebody who is running up to defend the system of white supremacy that they recognize they benefit from. That's it. That's it. There's no other reason. There's absolutely no other reason for any white person to go, not all white people. There's no other reason. Or, let me say it this way, that's what you're doing, stop doing that. Because there's no reason to do that. We should dismantle the system of white supremacy. And I'm not sorry at all if that means that you get relatively less power. Me too. And I think that that would be better for us all. Actually. Right, that's, I needed to get through that, past that part. As beneficiaries of colonization depend on the continuation of the colonial order. True solidarity would require abolishing the colonial relationship within itself. Which is the act that would dissolve the very categories of settler and ally. And that's right, those, it's not that we abolish the relationship and then the categories go away. And Kayamatara, I'm sure, completely understands this. I'm trying to be more clear for everybody else that these are two things that would happen simultaneously, right? That they would happen at the same time, not one then the other. To be an ally within a colonial system is to participate in the maintenance of that system, even when one's intentions are benevolent. Right, right. The identity of the ally, and this is, actually, the benevolent, too, because that's, well, I don't know if I want to go on that tangent. Yeah, that's not go on that tangent. Never mind. We can just move past the white savior complex, right? There's the white savior complex there, or the white knight complex. I like the white knight complex because that also encapsulates a little bit of genderism that's usually in there. Identity, the identity of ally is only possible inside the hierarchy it claims to resist. The identity of ally is only possible inside the hierarchy it claims to resist. Right, because we should all be comrades, rather than being allies for the other. And I think that's an important difference. That is implied necessarily always in people thinking that they can be allies. When I talk about advocacy for the other in the classroom, when we talk about those who cannot advocate for their own rights, or for those that don't have relative power in culture and society, those that don't have a voice, those that don't have access to the levers of culture and society to change their own position, when we are advocating on their behalf, we should never use our own voice. Ever. When we are advocating on the behalf of others who are suffering, what we should do is we should use our relative privilege to uplift and amplify those voices, so that the voices take center and we are in the background, right? That the oppressed get center stage. That we are not centering ourselves in our advocacy for the rights and beliefs, the rights and sovereignty of others. That's a teleology problem, because if you don't make that, if you're not thinking about it, if you're not centering yourself the correct way around the issue, if you're centering yourself and the issue around you, then your telos is going to be about serving you, and what's good for you, and what benefits you, what makes you look good, what makes you feel good, and less on what those people need for justice. Someone can explain their ideas and explain their dissent, but the fact that had to go in an international congress to make us look like Hungary of Orban, that's what I think. Politically talking, ridiculous. Well, I mean, that's an opinion that I just disagree with. I think that there is no inappropriate arena for us critiquing our government, for us dissenting against ideas that we disagree with. And I support the idea for people to do that, even if those people don't agree with me. I think that that's just something that should always be true of all systems. All systems should be, I think a system should be strong and legitimate. It should be able to support itself. It shouldn't need you to defend it. It shouldn't need laws or rules to uphold it if it's a just system. If it's a just system, its justness is what upholds it. Right? You only need to come to the defense of your government if your government is in need of defense. And if your government is in need of defense, then it's not just. But also, I think that all governments in existence right now are morally unjust, so yours isn't an exception. But the U.S. are imperialistic. The U.S. are extremely. That's what the United States has been about its entire existence, is about that. We are imperialistic. Kind of like how the bourgeoisie cannot materially be allies to the proletariat without materially diminishing their status. So much that they are no longer bourgeoisie, and by that time they've lost their privilege and status and can no longer be allies, because they aren't in the upper rung of the hierarchy anymore, right? It's a self-defeating kind of paradox, yeah. System should perpetuate itself. Yes. 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 Where'd it go? Yes. Right. If a system is just, if a system is actually just, it doesn't need any defense or advocacy. And that's with the thing with American exceptionalism. Whenever I have students in my class that are like, well, the United States got all this, and we've got rights, and we've got laws, and we've got all of the police to protect us. What I say is, right now, you're advocating for something that is in need of defense. And it is in need of defense because it's not actually a just system. If it was a just system, you wouldn't need to say anything. The system would demonstrate its justness. Period. And if it doesn't, then we should critique it. Period. Then the taxes are not just. Well, yes, but that's kind of loaded. If I refuse to recognize the legitimacy of states, then of course I'm not going to recognize the legitimacy of those states to collect taxes. But also, push back to that, I like the fact that I live in a nation that has roads and firefighters and water purification facilities and garbage facilities that handle those things. So, I mean, taxes themselves are not unjust inherently, but taxes from an illegitimate state probably are also illegitimate. So there is an argument there if what they do provides more balance of justness overall. Mutual aid, not tax. Solidarity, not charity. Right. Because we don't necessarily, right, water purification doesn't require taxes. Necessarily. Right? Waste treatment doesn't require taxes. Streets don't require taxes necessarily. They could and should not require those. That's a very, very excellent point, Kaimatara. Let's see. I think there was a few more things that I wanted to draw attention to before I get back to the video, but I do want to get back to the video. No, that's too bad. Okay. Yeah, let's get back to the video. Good.
Right? It's why you are quiet and respectful during a performance. It's why you check. But the you that you are now is you having had learned it. And you inherit it from, your family environment, social environment, whichever behavioral code eventually becomes you. So what does religion, in my accurate definition, look like as behavior? Original religion is prior to the rules being written down. And of course we know The rules are eventually written down. But prior to that, they get their syntax from somewhere else. They have like a guideline structure. And if you do religion wrong, you're probably not going to go to jail. But people will look at you weird. Your mom will get mad at you. You'll feel isolated. You'll feel observed, right? Religion is the reason that you wait in lineups for your turn. It's why you don't walk across the field when there's a sports game going on, even if it's just kids.
Real quick aside, I'm going to answer this for Darius, but real quick aside, think about the religion of incels. And anyway, because they put themselves in that camp, right? Anyway, solution to remove the taxes. So the solution to remove the taxes, illegitimate state. So the law that stops the referendum is unjust. Any law that an unjust state makes is unjust, unless that law dismantles the unjust state. That's the only just law an unjust government can make. And I'm not really sure what you're trying to accomplish there. It doesn't matter when the law was made. Right. That doesn't matter. It seems like you are really upset about this tax thing, and you would like for me to tell you that the tax thing is a just or unjust situation, and I'm not going to give you the answer you want. I'm not going to give you a satisfying answer. No, I know, but what I'm saying is like I can't answer those questions. Matt, I think that Darius is talking about Italy. A law passed in 1946 from the partisans. Oh yeah, no worries. I mean, it's that time, yeah, and the time frame fits. Right, so like I get it, and that's it. I was like, I'm pretty sure that there's just a misunderstanding going on here. But yeah, but they're talking about Italy. And that's the long and skinny of it is that but I don't want to come off as harsh or discompassionate, but I simply don't care about taxes. I could not give a fuck less about taxes. I don't care about taxes. I don't care about debating the justness of taxes. I don't care. It's just taxes are so... There are all of these important things on this list of all these important considerations for wild ass crazy shit going on in the world. Taxes are over here. Taxes, no, but I could not give a shit less about taxes. And I don't mean any offense to you in particular, especially if you're really interested or invested in this. It doesn't matter. It's like gas prices. It doesn't fucking matter. What a good example, right? It just, people's material conditions need to be met. And taxes are not the way to do that. Taxes are not the problem interfering with that. So I could not give two shits less about it. Right, like most Americans think the Revolutionary War was about taxes, and it's the state doesn't get taxes and all the state stops, right? No, and well, I mean, not necessarily. It depends on how you define the state. And that's where we get into the nuance. That is an interesting question, right? What do you mean then by state? Because like Kayamatara was pointing out above, we don't need taxes to purify our water, to collect our garbage, or to take care of the roads, or to do the other municipalities. We could just do those things. We could and should just be doing those things because they need doing in a culture and society. But I mean, that if we don't need taxes or money to accomplish those things, then we probably also don't need a state. We could just organize ourselves without a state and not have to worry about it. Yeah, you're on to something there. So what's your vision for a perfect state? No state. Welcome to the channel. No state. None. Has anybody ever imagined a moneyless, stateless, decentralized society? Like anarchism, literally exactly anarchism. We'll call it waxism. Great. As if my ego wasn't already big enough. That's the last thing I need is more things to inflate my ego and to make that even more difficult to deal with. Yeah, let's just call it anarcho-communism. How about that? This thing that we just invented. Schoonin. There were some anarchists in the Spanish Revolution, I believe so. There you go. That's the one I like the best, Rosa Waxenberg. I might take that one on. That's all. But yeah, no. That's the answer. Is that we don't need a state. We don't need taxes. We don't need a state. And in fact, one of the overarching theses of this stream is that you don't actually have rights. You believe that you do because your state has given you the impression that the privileges that they give you and that they allow you some kind of legal recourse when people have harmed you, that you have rights. But you don't. You don't have rights. Because if you had rights, you wouldn't have to appeal to the state for anything. You would have your rights. The fact that if somebody harms you, you have to call the polizei, you have to call the authorities, you have to call the government, take them to court, and to have your rights upheld means that you don't have rights. Polizei has your rights. The state has your rights. The courts have your rights. And they decide what to give you, when to give it to you. So, yeah, no state. And Matt, that's kind of what I'm on board with too. I've talked quite a bit about the problems of democracy, right? And that goes to the problem of equity, right? I actually don't want equitable access to all of the levers of society. I don't want that, because with access to those levers of society comes a lot of responsibility. You have to know things about how to use those levers and how to use them responsibly, right? I would like to be able to drive my car and get to places. Actually, I would like to live in a walkable city. But if I had to drive, I would like to drive on paved roads, right? I don't want to have to figure out all of the logistics of what kind of material to use and how to get it to where it needs to go and how to put it in the form that it needs to be to make the road a safe road. I don't want to have to do all that. That sounds like somebody else's job to me, right? And I'm okay with relinquishing my authority. I'm okay with relinquishing my freedom to interfere with how those things are organized in a society. I'm okay with relinquishing those to authorities to whom I will defer with when it comes to those kinds of things. So I don't mind there being some kind of administrative body which takes care of how to organize all of the things and all of the people and all of the ways that they need to be organized. It just doesn't have to be a state. And of course, we might be splitting hairs too, and that's why I said, how do we define state? That's a whole long conversation that we've only kind of skimmed on a little bit here and there in the chat. Would we appeal to a global confederation if human rights or human needs are violated? It's one of the kinds of things that I'm thinking about, Cursed Chaos. It seems like we would want to have some kind of global body that is responsible for oversight. It seems like that kind of thing would make sense. But the degrees to which they would have power or authority would be highly questionable, right? That we would have investigatory bodies that would determine certain states of affairs. And then those bodies would bring attention to different kinds of bodies of people who would then set in motion the organization of some kind of committee or some kind of board whose role was to have the power and authority to solve that problem, whatever that kind of thing is. Right. But the courts and judges have judges. How can they choose which rights to give to me? Good question. What you would want to look into, Darius, you're not going to find anything in Italian. Well, you're going to find lots in Italian, but I don't know what it is because I can't read Italian. And I don't know very many Italian philosophers that have treated this. But what you would want to look at is legal precedence theory, Darius. That's how judges determine what rights people are supposed to have. And we can have those kinds of things without a state as well. We can have judges and courts and arbiters who determine what the justness is in particular situations, but they don't necessarily need to be tied to a state, and they would probably be more just if they were not directly tied to a state. Because states almost always abuse their legal powers to protect and insulate themselves from accountability. Closest to a Marxist socialist, so I want ownership of labor and output with a powerless government. Yeah, and I would be on board with that too. And I'm not sure if this is something that you and I have talked about before, Matt, but I think that where you want to shoot is shy of where I want to shoot. But but I would have to get past where you want to shoot to get to where I want to shoot. So I want to shoot for where you're shooting anyway, right? If your goals are my goals, even though I have other goals. Hopefully that makes sense. Sounds like ONU. Okay. I don't know what that is. Okay, just ask the final question. So with this world, there wouldn't be a stock market or finance. I believe finance. No, absolutely. There would not be a stock market. Or if there were a stock market, it would be a publicly owned market. It wouldn't be a market independent from the people. But finance would still be a thing. A good way to think about this, you can go to Keynesian theory. So a lot of people don't realize that Keynes was kind of an anti-capitalist, or rather, Keynes thought that capitalism was good because it was going to help us solve our problems of labor. That we were going to be able to use capitalism to liberate ourselves from the conditions of having to constantly toil for our own survival. And what Keynes thought what would happen is that markets would collapse and become subsumed by the people. That if lending were no longer allowed to be in the hands of private entities, if all of the finance and lending was taken over by the state or taken over by the proletariat or taken over by the workers, then we would have, just like that, we would have a liberated society. That all it would take is for the people to be able to get their hands on all of the finance capital in the world, and then the people would just be able to fund all of the projects that need funding and pay for all the people that need to be fed and housed, and then just we could just stop all of the rich people from hoarding all of the money, which Keynes identified as one of the primary paradoxes of capitalism. If you were not aware that Keynes spent a lot of time talking about the internal antagonistic paradoxes of capitalism, Keynes did, and agreed with Marx on a lot of points. This being one of them, that allowing finance capital to remain in private hands is the primary reason why markets have stabilization problems, why markets collapse, and why markets have boom and bust, and why markets don't serve people, is because they serve the interests of a few rich people only. Sorry, I can't be with you because I would lose my future job because I'm studying economy. Well, that makes you kind of a shallow and moralless person, Darius. I mean, I hate to come at you a little bit hard there, but if you think that we should maintain this globally oppressive system so that you can have a job that you like, that's kind of shitty. Like straight up, that's kind of shitty, right? What we are talking about is a world in which your needs are met. You don't have to work a job if you don't want to, but you can. You can work any kind of job doing any kind of thing that you want to, and it won't matter what you get paid because all of your needs are met. Right? Doesn't that sound like a better world than a massive system of global oppression that grinds people into poverty, but you get to have a job you like? I mean, just come on. I don't know what else to say to that. Also, fascists would be disassociated by force from all of society. I believe that I don't know. I think I want to agree with you, First Chaos, but I believe that I want to agree with you because I want that to be true. Not necessarily that would be true. But I do believe that I think that would be good. I think that I believe that because I want that to be true. We need economists without capital, especially if we do planned economies. There you go, Matt. See, we need economists. The fundamental forces of economies still exist without capitalism. They're just managed differently. Right, there you go. That's probably a better thing to say than to me coming at you hard. If we get into this, and my end goal politically, my wants will probably shift left. Yeah, right. Absolutely, Matt. And that's yeah, and that's kind of what I think too. And that's why I think that I agree with where you like to shoot, because if we can get there, then I think that we can slide people left. Yes, mutualists. Do you even have a free market without capitalism? They argue only market socialism can have a free market because it's not tied to government, unlike conservatives, and as shown by Argentinian libertarians. Didn't catch all this. Oh, you can even have a free market without capitalism. You can, okay. Only market socialism can have a free market because it's not tied to government, unlike conservatives, and as shown by Argentinian libertarians. I actually don't know what you mean by Argentinian libertarians, but that's just because I don't know about the economic states of affairs that you're referring to. That's I don't have any point of reference to give me an understanding of what you're tying in there, Kayamatara. Just from my lack of knowledge there. Be difficult to think of that. You'll have supply, okay, and demand of commodities. The difference is you'll be planning based on human needs instead of for maximum profit. Right. Well, and not just that, Matt. One of the things that and I've mentioned this before, it's not just that we're adjusting for human need. One of the problems that we have in our culture and society is that we have fragile networks of distribution. And I think that if we were serious about meeting people's needs, we would be concerned about shoring up weaknesses in our distribution chains. Right, that as another thing that we would need to add how we distribute goods, but we would have to figure out how to do so in a way that's not wasteful, right? That we would have to balance between those. Full market abolitionist, yeah. I'm leaning towards, I need to do more digging into the departure between Schweikart and Nozick. There we go. Because that's where they have their main departure, Jane. Schweikart and Nozick agree on most things so far as being economically left. They're economists and they are generally left-ish. But the way that they depart from each other is that I don't remember which is which. I believe that Schweikart is in favor of markets and that Nozick is opposed to markets. But I could have those switched. But anyways, what I was saying is I would like to delve more into that departure between those two authors to understand why they depart. And I think with a better understanding of why they have departed, I would have a more sure stance. I believe that I'm in the camp of full market abolitionists, but it might be the case that markets still can be utilized in a beneficial and helpful way. Competition between businesses. Well, would you still want there to be competition? That's a funny question, too. If everyone's basic needs are met, why does there need to be competition between businesses? I mean, there would probably be competition between people who are doing different kinds of services, but yeah, see, but again, Darius, so, and I don't know that there would be competition necessarily, or if there would, it would be a healthy, productive, cooperative competition, rather than a zero-sum kind of competition, because that's what you're fearing, Darius, and that's a good pushback. You should be concerned about that kind of situation, but that is assuming a zero-sum relationship where there are winners who are going to have the money now and losers who are going to lose their business and are going to have no money. In the kind of society that we're envisioning, if you lose your business, it won't you will still be able to feed yourself. You'll still have all of the freedoms. You'll still have the ability to be a productive, participating member of society and to just do some other thing now. Or you can keep doing that thing that you want to. Your business won't fail. You could just keep doing that thing, even if nobody else likes it. Even if nobody else is utilizing your services, even if nobody is interested in what you're doing, you can still just do that. That's what real freedom is that you can not have to worry about the competition and whether you're going to be homeless as a result of somebody else winning over you losing. That's zero sum. We want to create a system that zero sum relationships don't exist anymore. Argentina is anarcho-capitalist. Yeah, I guess I need to do some looking into that, Curse Chaos. Thank you for letting me know. Because you're letting me know in response to me admitting to Kaya Matara that I didn't get that reference from their earlier thing. So thank you for helping fill that in. Right, Matt's explaining that. You're still operating in the system, the assumption that capitalism, everyone needs will be met. Being unprofitable won't make bankruptcy because there won't be debt. Right. There might be loans, but I mean, again, we'll probably have done away with money. I'm one of the weird leftists that don't think that we need to necessarily do away with money to have a just organization or to have a just society. I believe that we can have some kind of liquid which represents exchange value. I think that that's perfectly fine. And in a world that has money, there will probably be some kind of finance, but that finance won't have a huge weight over it so that if you make a mistake, your life is ruined now. You just will have to find some other way to pay back your debt to the debtor, who really won't be in that big of a hurry for you to pay off their debt because that debtor's material needs are met. They're not going hungry anyways, right? Um, there's a fundamental force of competition that would happen even without capitalism. I think of it this way: if everybody wants to make the same widget, they'd be an oversupply, and there'll be too many people making it. They'll go to waste, and so will the resources that it takes to make them. We can use those resources for other things. Well, and I think that people aren't going to do that, Matt. Is right. I get the concern, really, and my pushback against your concern is not a very strong one, by any stretch of the imagination. But I believe, so in this world where people's needs are met, right, and they're free to do whatever they want to, you might have artists, people who are interested in shaping raw materials of nature into things, right? Into representation, into subjects de art, right? But the vast majority of people are going to be so involved in the relationships of what it takes to make their life meaningful. Right. Right now, we live in a way that we are completely divorced from all of our material needs. Right? We don't know the people who built our homes. Just think about that. You don't know the person who built your homes. You probably don't know the people who have prepared the food that's in your refrigerator, right? The people who have worked the fields, the people who have farmed those things, the people who drove them from the farms to the grocery store, the people in the grocery store who put them on the shelves. You don't know any of those people, right? In a liberated, free society, you do. You have an intimate relationship with all of the means for providing all of your material needs. You will know your shoemaker. You will know where your food comes from and who gave it to you. And in this way, you'll have a much more realistic, holistic understanding of how all of the things fit together. And it will just be incoherent for you in this kind of situation, for you to take resources out of that system and then to waste them, right? If you're the kind of person that is intimately involved with all of these things, you're going to see the needs for those things to be utilized in useful and responsible ways because you depend on those things. And I think that there will be very few people, there will be outliers possibly of people who have a hard time understanding that relationship or treating that relationship responsibly. But we shouldn't be worried about the outliers. We shouldn't structure our whole system around the outliers, is what I would say to that. No competition, only cooperation. And I think that there will be lots more cooperation. I believe that we will still have room for competition. I don't see competition as a human element that humans would like to be without. Right? Let me phrase it that way. I believe that humans are interested in general in the idea of competition, but that this has become something grotesque because of the structure of our society, the dog-eat-dog world, the zero-sum relationships, that pervade our culture and society make competition not just necessary, but it makes it an element of survival. I believe that in the same way that the athletes enjoy, right? If you've got somebody who is in the top of their field athletically, those athletes generally appreciate when some other great comes along. And right, this is like the relationship of Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson and all of the other contemporaries. There were a few greats who dominated the field for many seasons, and then there were more greats, and then there were a whole bunch of team who had greats, right? And all of the athletes appreciate this, right? That they enjoy, they savor the opportunity to push themselves harder, to have to adapt to a better playing field. So I think that there is a human element of competition that humans enjoy, and would maintain even in a system that wasn't zero sum. Maybe, we're talking about hypotheticals here. A system of authority and hierarchies like perpetual paradox, it succeeds because people are capable of disobedience, right? Right. But that very capability is precisely why it must exert endless force and to remain in place, right? Now, let me make sure I'm, wow, there's a whole lot of chat. I'm going to try and get caught up real fast. Yes, you can have a Rolex or a yacht in my ideal world. Other people might not agree with that, but there's a whole lot to unpack there. I think that it's okay for people to still have yachts in a post-capitalist society, but right, and that's we've talked about this before, right? Meet people's material conditions first. I believe that a post-capitalist world in which people have yachts is possible. But instead of focusing on whether or not people can have yachts, let's just meet people's material conditions. Let's get started there, and then we'll worry about whether or not people can have yachts. It's just right. It's such a silly discourse. I believe it's possible, and I think that we can get there, but we have to meet material conditions first. We have to take care of the people. We have to find real freedom first, and then we can create that kind of world. Some diamond discourse, most of which it looks like I can just go right past. Someone really ambitious, like the new Napoleon, for example. You mean Trump? People's time is probably the most valuable resource. I cannot agree with that more, Matt. People's time is probably the most valuable resource, 100%. Capitalism expect it for free. Under socialism or communism, people will want to keep it for themselves. Yes. Yeah, generally, I think that's true. I think that there would be a recognition that people need to invest some of their time into their community, but then because of that relationship, they will covet their free time. Right. I think is the way that I would put it. I could not care less about sports. There's other kinds of competition, right? So it's funny, as I was thinking about the sports analogy, I was thinking about, right, so even as an employee, right? I really enjoyed when I was a painter. I enjoyed taking pride in my work and doing a good job. And one of the things that would help make me feel good about this is seeing other people's work as a painter, because by my estimation, most other painters were doing subpar work compared to the kind of work that I was doing when I was painting houses. And that's something that I took a great deal of pride in. And it's something that I didn't rest on my laurels. I didn't say, well, I'm a better painter. That's it. You know, it's something that inspired me to want to work harder, to be better at doing the job, because I cared about doing the job right. And I would look at other people's work and feel good about my own ability to surpass those other people's work. And so I think that that's with chefs, or with bakers, or with other people who enjoy doing things, right? People who enjoy those things, they like to do bake-offs and cooking competitions with other people so that they can test their mettle against other really talented people, right, who are really good at those kinds of things. And that there is a winner and loser is something that we enjoy in some of our games. But as fun as winning and losing in a game is, we don't have to make that how real life is. So that losing means that you've lost your house now, and your livelihood, and your spouse is going to leave you, and you can't feed your children, and right, we don't need that kind of losing. We can have a system, a world in which there are winners and losers in our chili cook-off, right? We can have winners and losers in our pie contest. We shouldn't have winners or losers in a market where we are trying to meet people's basic material needs. And we don't have to. We could not have losers in that system. So why do we? Right? That's because we shouldn't, is my point. That new Napoleon then can't prevail, for example, by creating the biggest business on earth, because more or less the same time as others. Well, I don't know. I don't know that that's going in a productive direction there, Darius. Didn't understand the paint tricks. Did you understand the baker and the chef example? Right, that those are trades. People engage in those trades, and they care about being good at doing those things. And people who are good at cooking and baking often like to engage in competition, where they cook and bake with other people who are good at those kinds of things. I don't enjoy winners or losers. Can't resolve the... Yeah, I won't disagree with that, Jane. No, all I care about is meeting people's needs. 100%. All day I agree with that 100%. There are winners and losers, then there's at least one winner that wins everything, and that winner can have, for example, more yachts than everyone. And again, your preoccupation with the yachts is this might be a case of a temporarily embarrassed billionaire. And I don't mean any offense by that, Darius, but it might be the case that you are convinced that at some point you are going to end up on top of this social economic hierarchy, that you are going to be the yacht owner. And so you are taking issue with people like me who want to build a world in which you can't have yachts, right? But you don't have any yachts. You don't have a yacht. You don't have any capital. You are not a capitalist. Stop advocating for a system in which other people get to have yachts. That system doesn't serve you, Darius. Stop trying to defend a system that has, up until now, deprived you of your ability to have yachts. I'm trying to offer you a system to where you can just have things. And one of those things that you can have is real freedom. Stop getting so caught up over the yacht. Freedom is better, I promise, than a yacht. But again, if we have winners and losers in a system where people's material needs are met, the winning and losing doesn't matter. It makes no material difference. It doesn't improve anybody's life. It's not diminishing anybody else's life. If some people want to get together and have some kind of competition and somebody gets to be the winner of that competition, yay, we all had a good time. Everybody goes home to their families and goes about their life. But, and that's the thing. It seems like you want to implement and systematize a system of winning and losing so that there must necessarily be homeless people. Right? Because that's what happens if we have an economic system of winners and losers. We have hungry homeless people, necessarily. You can't not have them in a zero-sum system of winners and losers. But it's not. Darius, I'm glad that you said that. I used the yacht example, but the real meaning is the material value that a person can have. You can't have that. Will never. I'm not trying to be an asshole, but if you are not already rich, you are not going to become rich. That's not how our material world works. And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Is you're still caught up over the material stuff that you don't have access to and that you are never going to have access to. You are defending the system because you want the opportunity to have these things that you will not ever have. The system is designed on purpose in a way to prevent you from ever having those things. That's how the system works on purpose. And that system is evil and bad. Yeah, and Jane is like, please, no, there's no need for yachts. Right, and again, I would like to go back to my earlier point. Let's meet people's material needs first. I believe it might be possible for us to have a post-capitalist system in which people have yachts, but let's not worry about that at all. Let's meet people's material conditions, people's material needs first. That's the thing. Problem is a human nature, like Hobbes said. Right, good. The problem with Hobbes is that Hobbes presupposes a human history which never existed. Hobbes imagines humans to have lived in some mystical state of nature in which humans had natural rights to do whatever it is that they wanted to, and that humans gave up their natural rights to do whatever they want to enter into the social contract, where they would maintain some of their inalienable rights, but they would give up their rights to just do whatever they wanted to, right? This whole separation, this whole dichotomy, this whole idea of humans giving up some of their natural rights to enter into social contract, it never happened. It's historical fallacy. It is the case, as long as we can trace back history, oral or however you want to think about history. Humans have been cooperative. Period. Humans have existed cooperatively. At some point, things got a little out of hand with how that was organized. Philosophy is a lot to blame for that. Human is a wolf, or other humans, or at least at one time of history. A lot of people would prefer. Yeah, again, that's a mythological history. No, before religion and state, there was this world that Hobbes explained. That is a Western myth. That is not at all historically accurate, Darius. And I get it. Well, welcome to a community where we talk about stuff beyond just the simple Western European academic tradition of history. If you look at human history, for the vast majority of human history, humans were working together in systems of mutual cooperation for hundreds of thousands of years. And after having had cooperative societies for hundreds of thousands of years, religion was invented. Right? It was not the case that we were all running around just completely not organized, not together, not working in cooperation, and then just one day humans were like, maybe it would be smarter. No, as long as humans have existed, humans have lived together cooperatively. It is only the last few hundred years, actually, we can go back to the last 2,500 years that we have had major rifts in our communities and the way that communities treat those within the communities as antagonistic elements that need to be culled, that need to be kept in check, that need to be maintained. And no, that's new. That all of the things, and this is, I'm not trying to be insulting, but all of the things that you think are advancements of social order, advances in society, advances in moral standing with how we treat each other, all of those things have been consecutively worse and worse and worse and worse and worse over the last several hundred years. And it's wild. It's such a disconnect that people still keep looking at history as though it's this straight line that keeps going up and things keep getting better. That's not how history works. That's not where we are. We are not on an upward slope so far as making things better for humanity. We are not on an upward slope. Trust me. Probably over time it's a flat line. Actually, and it certainly has not been an upward slope over the last few hundred years. Most of the things that we think about as advancements are either things getting way, way worse or something that went so horribly worse and we're just reining it back a little bit. Right? That's where we are. Western hegemony is a fiction. Yep. Now I ask yourself and to you, really what happened is Europe showed up, robbed the place, ruined self-sustaining systems, and sometimes and sometimes when the people were really lucky, really what happened is Europe showed up, robbed the place, ruined self-sustaining systems, and sometimes left. History is a fucking bush. That's good. Yeah, it's not a straight line, and certainly not going up. Authority and hierarchy are fragile precisely because they are contrary to the dialectic, meaning they are in tension with the natural living movement of human relations. Unlike natural relationships, friendship, family, mutual cooperation, authority is artificial and fragile, existing in tension with the very people it governs. There's still that other conversation that you and I need to have, where there's that further unpacking of authority that we need to have, because there's some pushback that I want to give on that Kaya Matara, but I'm not set up, I'm not prepared to actually push back on that very much, but maybe I'll try a little bit. Authority and hierarchy are fragile precisely because they are contrary to the dialectic. They are in tension with the living movement of human relations. I don't know that it's even an important distinction, but there's the I mentioned this before. There are forms of authority which are natural and good and helpful, right? I'm not sure how helpful this pushback is, Kaya Matara, at all, but right. And I think I've mentioned this before. As an instructor, I have authority. That authority that I have as an instructor is natural and is not maintained by me having to do something or uphold, right? The relationship is different. And that's what the pushback is. It's not that you're wrong at all, because I believe you're absolutely right about everything that you've said. The pushback is with how we think of authority, with how we refer to authority, with the standing definition of what authority is, because authority is the sublime, right? Now, that's not the way that you're using it at all. You're using it as authority, as a system of rigid structure that prioritizes itself. And that's how you're referring to authority. And you're 100% right about that. But there is still this way in which authority can be real, not at all artificial, natural, and actually not bad. It's not coercive, it's not unjust, right? The authority that I have as a philosophy instructor is not a coercive or abusive. Well, it can be, right? And if I use the, because there's another word, there has to be some other word for this. If I abuse my knowledge and my experience and the information that I have, if I abuse it to mislead my students, or if I abuse that power to elevate myself, or to make myself the center of the classroom rather than the course content, right? These are ways in which I would be taking up a form of authority in the way that you mean, but it's a coercive, oppressive kind of authority. The natural authority that I have as an instructor, as somebody that knows a lot of things about philosophy, right? That's a natural, normal thing that isn't oppressive and is not an unjust hierarchy. And I think I've pushed back on this before, and you might have answered this pushback that I've had, and I've just forgotten too. Really, what happens is, oh yeah, I already read that. It's collaboration with humans, but now after all these years of history, so rude and of genocides, could we really be that collaborative as Homo sapiens? Yes. No, it's not a big gamble. It's not at all a big gamble. And just look at history. That's what I'm telling you is you need to look at real history. That's interesting. Wow. I have 2 UPS trucks that just pulled up to my house at the same time. I have never gotten 2 UPS deliveries at the same time. That's wild. 2 different trucks. Anyways, yeah, it's not a gamble. We really can just be collaborative. We can go back to the way that we were. It's not better off if 9% of us have our paycheck to paycheck. It's needed to see if this world can be of long term, because otherwise we would lose a lot of advancements in human lives. I'm not sure what that's in reference to, but I believe that that's wrong. Because you're probably still talking about competition. Students should have power to hold their teachers accountable. Yes, 100%. This is something that I've talked about too. It's one of my least favorite things about the power dynamics that's in the classroom. Because if it were just that it was the natural authority that I have as a professor there, and that was the only power dynamics at play in the classroom, my classroom would be a lot of fun. But that's not the reality. It is the case that people need to pass my class or they can't get their degree. My course is a required course for your degree, almost whatever it is. If it's anything in the medical field, if it's anything in the legal field, you need my course necessarily. You can't get by without it, and people know that. People know that I can fail them. People know that I can put marks on their academic record that will stay there for the rest of their lives, right? People know that there are material consequences that I can dole out in the classroom, and that prevents conversation. I'm sure this is something that I've talked about before. And if students had ways, if they had mechanisms that could help disable that power balance, then my time in the classroom would be a lot more fun. It would be a lot more interesting. Case of the boots, you defer to the boot maker, as Buchanan said. Defer to the authority. Oh, you have right. And you gave me this pushback before, Kai Matata. That same one. The bootmaker. Okay, touche. Again. We've had that conversation before. You're right. But I think what you were on about right now, Darius, is you're trying to talk about medical advances or scientific advances, these kinds of things. That this is it's ad hoc ergo propter hoc. Excuse me, post hoc ergo propter hoc is the fallacy, and I'm going to put this in chat, so that you can look this up. So it's a common logical fallacy that you're making, that because we had capitalism, we have had penicillin, and we have TVs, and we have cell phones, and we have treatments for cancer thanks to capitalism. And it's a fallacy to believe that because capitalism is what we had when we were doing these things, that capitalism was necessary or even effective in accomplishing these things. It might be the case that had we been communist the whole time instead of capitalist, that we would still have TVs and cell phones and cures for cancer, and we would probably have better versions of those things and better treatments for those medical problems. I don't know. I'm making a bunch of sweeping assumptions that can't be proven, any more than you saying, well, we have these medical advancements under capitalism. You can't make that claim. You can't make the correlation between us having capitalism and then us making these advancements, because we might have made those advancements under any other system, or we might have made those advancements under every other possible system that we could have had. It's a fallacy to assume that because we had capitalism, we got all of those other things that happened historically since the advent of capitalism. That's just a fallacy. Yeah, we would probably actually have a real cure for cancer, not just a really expensive way to mitigate cancer's progress, is my guess. Oh, are you talking about competition? Yeah, American healthcare is really... well, American healthcare is exactly what you would expect it to be in a for-profit system. Actually, it's... Lately, what they're doing is pre-authorizing a procedure, then denying it after leaving you with the bag. Yeah, right. Actually, the medical system is getting worse and worse and worse and worse right now. All right, cool. I'm going to go back to the video because I need to use the restroom. And I'm going to leave you all with the video, and then I'll be right back. And then we'll pick up more, because I got caught up with chat finally. And then we'll have more conversation.
Right? It's why you are quiet and respectful during a performance. It's why you check your pits to see if they stink before going out. And it's why you give up the seat on the subway for the pregnant lady when she walks in. It's also why you go, sorry, if you bump someone's cart with your cart in the grocery store. A lot of grocery store analogies here. It's why you don't touch someone's food in the work fridge, even though you could get away with it. You know, it's just you in there. It's 11 o'clock at night, and 11 o'clock at night, you're still in the office. It's why you still go into the bathroom with your appropriate gender sign on it, even though no one else is there. It's watching you from inside your head. So yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. These are all unwritten rules that virtually all people follow virtually all the time. So think of the parking lot. A parking lot would appear to an observer who doesn't know the rules to be very disorganized. There's everyone going every which way. There's carts, there's pedestrians, there's drivers. It looks very hectic if you don't know the rules. Luckily, most people know the rules. And despite all this chaos, usually no one dies. So there's the right side that you drive on. If someone is waiting for a spot, you cannot take it. If they have their blinker on, they're sitting, waiting, they get the spot. All of the true believers, which is most people, all the true believers are bringing their shopping carts back to the ritually decided spot for shopping carts, marked by a sign, of course. Here, cars yield for pedestrians most of the time, right? The polite ones, but not too many pedestrians because they don't have to wait too long. So how long is too long? No one knows. It's 30 seconds is pretty long. So everyone here is observing each other. Everyone is observing themselves too, to make sure that everyone else and yourself is following all these unwritten rules correctly. And almost everybody does behave correctly most of the time. It does happen here that someone breaks the rules. Like if someone takes the spot that someone else had their blinker on and they're waiting for it. Now this really happened to me like 3 days ago. So a guy took a spot. A girl thought that she was there first. Now who's to arbitrate? I don't actually know who was there first, but she got really pissed because he took her spot. She laid on the horn. She rolled down the window and called him a fucking I'm going to bleep that out because it's a slur. But that's what she said. Now, slurs are against the religion. But she was offended on her own behalf, yes, but also on behalf of society itself because she believes she was following the code. He was not following the code. Her anger was righteous, and she felt that she had the right to also break the code and say a slur because he had broken the code first of taking the spot when she had her blinker on. This exchange, you'll know it as an eye for an eye. It goes way back to Hammurabi at least, but obviously way before that. If someone breaks the code, you have a zone of permissibility to also break the code back to them. You need to have a proportionate response. She can't roll down the window and shoot at him, but at least in her mind, she wouldn't normally use a slur, but because he had taken her spot, she is justified in eye for an eyeing and using a slur. So even though the parking lot, it looks dangerous, it looks chaotic, religion takes care of how people act in there. And a lot more than that too.
All right, everybody got the parking lot example. This is actually really very powerful and does a great job, I think, of conveying the idea. The fact that the neat thing about the because I was peeing for the explanation. I don't remember if he covers this. The rules of parking lot etiquette are not something that people stand around and talk about, right? They're never explained to you. There's something that you intuit from navigating the world of others. And interacting in the world of others makes these things demonstratively clear in a way that they're unwritten rules that become established because there's power there, not because anybody has said any words about what we ought to do about the thing, but because the phenomenon itself has a sublime power to it. No, you're fine, Nisa. But that's funny. But no, this just as an aside, it is really a tragedy. Our healthcare system, our current healthcare system, Matt, I'm so sorry. And this is a situation that I greatly sympathize with. When I graduated college, when the first time I graduated with my undergraduate, I had a business. My wife and I had been successful at a business for many years. While we were in our undergraduate, we started the business. She started the business. She made it successful. She made it profitable, and then basically got me to help her with it. And it was profitable enough that that's what we did for full time for more than a decade. But the thing that interfered with that was medical debt. She got sick. And we were spending more and more time at the doctor, more and more money on going to see the doctor. And because she was the brains of the operation and she was the one that figured out how to make it profitable in the first place, and she was the one who was sick. So now I was trying to figure out how to run the business, while also we have massive amounts of mounting debt. And I mean, you all know where this story is going. You all know where this story is going, because that extremely profitable business that I had evaporated. And it evaporated under the pressure of medical debt that amassed into, well, in fact, I don't even remember, because we had to file for bankruptcy. We had to file for bankruptcy because of the mounds of crushing medical debt that was going to ruin our lives. And for those of you who don't know, this is a very important lesson. Very important life lesson that I have learned, and so I'm going to pass this information along in case it's valuable for somebody else out there. If you are in a situation to where you are contemplating whether or not you should file for bankruptcy, you should probably have already done it, because it's extremely expensive and it is extremely time-consuming. It takes a long time to do it. I was in a situation to where I almost did not have the opportunity to file for bankruptcy, because it requires lots of money and lots of time, and you have to be able to dedicate your time and energy to being able to do that. So just throwing that out there. If that's something that you are ever in a situation and you ever think to yourself, boy, we might have to file for bankruptcy, you need to get on the ball about that right now, yesterday, because it's expensive and it takes a lot of time. So just throwing that out there. Fish have a so when fish have a revolution, do they use a guillotine? I like that one. That's a good one. Oh, yeah. Medication is, and you know, it we live in a world where people don't have the right to life. Because if we lived in a world where people had the right to life, if medication was necessary for you to live, then you would just have that. So frustrating. Insurance companies and private hospitals are so greedy, even here. Luckily, we have a mostly free healthcare system. Sadly, they treat us Maori like shit or ignore us, and that's what I've heard about the systems of care. Actually, in our neighbors to the north in Canada, and also here in on Turtle Island, everywhere. So one of the things that comes up, and this is going to be a quick aside, one of the things that comes up when people are talking about abortion in the class is there's almost always somebody who wants to bring up the medical risks associated with abortion, which there are. It is a procedure, it's a medical procedure, and like all medical procedures, there are always chances that there's going to be some kind of something. And the pushback the proper pushback for this is to bring up how dangerous it is to give birth. Because here in the United States, the risk of having some kind of life-threatening medical complication while you're getting your abortion is something like 4%. For there being some other kind of complication that's not necessarily life-threatening, this expands the category. We're talking more like 16, depending on the states, it might be closer to 20, right? That there's a risk involved. Have a good night. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, Darius. That there's this risk associated with having an abortion. When it comes to birth, the rate of risk for death, the maternal mortality rate in the United States, in many states, starts at about 16% for white women. It starts at about 16%. So for the average of most states, about 4 times as risky, about 4 times as mathematically risky to carry your abortion to term than it is to get an abortion. Right? Not only that, the rates start at about 16% for white women in the best states in the United States. For black women, I think the maternal mortality rate is something like 26%. For Hispanic women, it's something like 32%. And for indigenous people, it's nearly, or in some places, over 40%. Take a minute and think about how fucked up that statistic is. That, I mean, not half, not half, but nearly half of indigenous women who give birth in the United States there's not a 16% mortality rate for birth. Good. William of Orange, correct me. Find me some statistics on how often women in the United States perish when giving birth, or as a result of giving birth. I will happily be corrected on this. I will happily be corrected on this. While you're looking that up, I'm going to play the video again.
You can see in the religions, teachings and rituals that refer back to this very basic human interaction type of stuff. And, in my view, everything that the religions do should be traceable back to the parking lot type morality. So one of the biggest examples is that, religion's always concerned with sexuality. Every single one, or at least it was. I guess it's quite a bit less significant now than it was 100 years ago, but it's still a big one. Sexuality, the gender rules, these things define what is proper behavior.
First of all, daughter has changed from school clothes to something more festive. Dressing a little makes her feel and consequently look more charming. Even the table takes on a special air. Mother, too, changes from her daytime clothes. The women of this family seem to feel that they owe it to the men of the family to look relaxed, rested, and attractive at dinner time.
That means what you can wear, what your duties are, which bathroom you go in, and all of these guidelines emerge in every society that I can think of, at least, from the marriage ritual. And the marriage ritual, along with the death ritual, they're probably the most important ones that they have, because this is how every society physically reproduces and then remembers its own past. So for most of human history, how society is going to physically reproduce, and that it physically reproduces, it's a paramount importance. And we can recognize this and why it's still important to protect pregnant women or children, because pregnant women and children are metaphors of the future. So we have to be very vigilant for groomers and pedos. And yeah, QAnon was vigilant, maybe a bit too vigilant.
I expose people that literally eat babies.
Another religious category that's really big that I'll bring up in another video is being clean, which is don't look dirty, don't smell dirty. Your clothes should be clean unless you have, you know, a good reason not to.
I like my children to look nice and clean.
You have to make sure to wash your hands in the bathroom because the other is watching. It might be the other in your head or someone standing there. And again, for most of human history, being clean and getting cleaned regularly means that you're less likely to die of disease. So, you know, pretty big motivation there. But what always happens is that these basic ideas get metaphorized in order to deal with cultural circumstances. And after religions have processed this for, you know, hundreds, thousands of years, then it looks like this kind of stuff.
It was the practice of the Prophet ﷺ after one makes their intention is to wash their hands.
Now we maintain these rules that you have to be clean. We get it from TV commercials, your mom, your friends. They enforce your cleanliness as a kind of code still. But before we even knew the reason for it, before germ theory, religion gave you reasons to be clean. So religion made us clean before there was ever a conscious reason for it. Right parallel to cleanliness are the laws about where it's appropriate to shit. You don't want to shit where you sleep. You don't want to shit near your water supply. So there's almost always some sort of designated ritual shitting place. And look, it's only now that we know why this works. This accidentally worked for them.
Right, and I'm going to keep looking some stuff up to verify this, but William and Warren's is right that my numbers are off by quite a bit, by quite a great magnitude. The overall point still is going to stand. It's funny. So when I'm in the classroom, I habitually, religiously don't use statistics. Because first off, I clearly have a bad memory with them. But statistics change over time. Statistics are subject to a particular time and place. And again, I forget the statistics. So I guess there's just those reasons. What I do is I charge I have my students look up the math. So this is me admitting my laziness. I don't remember what the numbers are because I always make my students go look them up rather than me remembering them. But the relationships are not different, but my numbers were way off. So thank you, William of Orange. I appreciate you pushing back on the numbers. Right, good, yeah. And yeah, absolutely.
We know what germ theory is. We know what bacteria are, where they live. But the cleanliness rituals and the ostracization of dirty, smelly people, this started thousands of years before anyone ever knew what a germ was. Now, isn't that interesting? Like this is why I think religion is a form of artificial intelligence. It knew before we knew. And it finds the behavior that's beneficial, selects for it, it enforces it, you know, unconsciously, all this psychoanalytic stuff. It exists there so that society can perpetuate. Whichever societies did not turn cleanliness into a value, they would not have made it this far. So yeah, we have the sexuality rules, we have the cleanliness rules, And another one of the most important ones in my trinity is how to avoid conflict and violence. Like, if you mess up on the road, if I mess up on the road, I do one of these. You know, a wave, the mouth is pursed a little bit, but like look at metaphorically what this gesture means. If I cut someone off, right? So break this down. The wave, what does that mean? It shows that your hand is empty. It's an anti-aggressive gesture that's thousands of years old, you know? I don't have a weapon. That's what it means. Same with the head nod. You go, You nod your head a little bit downward. What are you doing? You're submitting. And then
this is really the relationship that I was trying to draw attention to. Oh, women are literally magic. Yes, I won't disagree with that. No, you're not being a dick. And that's I said, if I'm wrong about this, please let me know. I want to not be saying the wrong thing. I want to I want to know. So yeah, no worries. Oh, right. Not gonna do it. Yeah. This is the relationship that I was speaking to specifically. Not to question the stats, so yeah, absolutely. What you could say is that the US, in comparison to other developed countries, is a super high mortality of moms. Right. Yeah, the United States is significantly higher than a lot of other industrialized nations. In fact, I think the last time I looked at it, places like Zimbabwe and Uganda sometimes beat us so far. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but have worse awful numbers than us. So yeah, and that's my numbers were very, very wrong. All of my points still stand. Just I was really way off by magnitudes on the numbers. And that's generally I should probably adopt that policy on stream too, because sometimes I do talk about numbers and statistics on stream. I do a lot of things on stream that that I abstain from doing on in the classroom. So maybe on Twitch I should be a little bit more disciplined about that as well. I just don't use the stats. I'll make the chatters go look it up. Can't know everything about everything. Right. Absolutely. And I think that what I was looking at was these numbers here, and treating, you can't see where my cursor is pointing, right? The 20 per 100,000, 30 per 100,000. I think I was thinking of those as percentages. Why my math was off by magnitudes, but a lot. But you can't just say numbers like that, right? Well, and thank you for catching it and just saying something about it. That's always the right thing to do in this chat. I want to be right. I want to not be wrong rather than get the last say, right? Whatever. But yeah. The thing is, why is it still going up right now? Right. Why is it still going up? And it's still going up for all of the racial categories too. And not. Yeah. Well, it's the healthcare system in the United States it's the reason. Well, and I mean, there's lots of medical studies on this, so I'm just some schmuck who doesn't know a lot about the medical stuff. So take this with a grain of salt. But we also have a much more challenging society, and that that does, I think, I don't know. I was about to go into some really speculative stuff, and I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that other than our society is failing. And it is failing at an increasing rate. And I guess that's true, Jane. Capitalism is always whatever it is the problem, capitalism is always the answer. That's not an answer. I mean, but it is. But it's not a satisfying answer because it doesn't give us any particulars or specifics or give us. It doesn't give us anything with which we can fight back against it. White supremacy not more potent before these trends, or patriarchy? Also a good pushback. But I would say that these things have increasingly escalated in their hegemony, in the hegemonic control that they have over culture and society. But again, I'm starting to make sweeping statements that I don't have any kind of data to qualify. So, well, see, arguably yes and no is what I would say to that, William of Orange. Arguably yes and no. And I'm not trying to be dodgy about this. I think that the way that we think about power, right? I think that there is a body of ideology and a body of force around those ideas, and those powers have simply changed form in the same way, right? So a good way to think about this is after the Emancipation Proclamation in the United States, after the Emancipation Proclamation, it is not the case that the enslaved Africans were now free. That's not how the Emancipation Proclamation worked. It gave them some legal powers, it gave them some legal rights, but all the Emancipation Proclamation did was change the structure and organization of the oppressive white supremacist systems that were already in place and were now just reinventing themselves to continue maintaining the system, just with a different facade. Right? When we made sweeping changes here in the United States in the wake of the civil rights movement, what you'll hear from most non-white people in the United States is their material conditions didn't change at all. The structure and systems reoriented themselves to maintain the same kinds of power. They just looked different now. Good. So William of Orange, what we are working together to is to understand each other, right? I'm not trying to say that you're wrong and prove that I'm right, and I don't think that that's what you're trying to do either. I think that you're trying to draw our attention to the fact that there might be some other thing that we are missing because Jane and I want to we won't stop looking at white supremacy and patriarchy as being related to the problem. So you, I believe, are just trying to add some nuance to this, and I'm just nuancing back too. So I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page. We're all working together towards truth here. Thank you, Jane. I didn't catch that. When I read the word man, I really just read over it anymore, so I didn't even notice that. But thank you, Kurske Chaos. I use they them pronouns is what that was referring to. Oh, this has been held up. Oh, that's too bad. Let's go ahead and allow that. Sorry that your message got held up there, Kai Matara. Oh no, I know that you didn't. And Jane wasn't trying to bust your chops about it. Jane was just it's a helpful reminder that it's no worries. No, I know it's okay. Don't worry. We're all comrades here. It's okay. Don't, I'm not stressed about it. I'm not mad about it. It's okay. We just move on. The fundamental logic of slavery never changed. There were where the state still believes they have a right to control black bodies and regulate them back into their place. A black person in a white neighborhood, for example, is often treated as out of place, or a slave off the plantation is actually a term I've heard in the real world, unfortunately, as a living contradiction to the hierarchy. This racist function of the police order then leads to the killing of black people for mundane activities, sleeping, walking, driving. Right. Yeah, the logic and function, I think, right, both of these things still haven't changed with regard to racism. The way that they look, the way that they, the structures around their operation has changed. There's some nuance to it now, but we still have an enslaved, mostly non-white population of indentured servants here in the United States. Right? That hasn't gone away. We just call that the prison system now. Right? And now they get paid pennies in their paycheck rather than getting paid nothing. Right? And we've shifted some of the things around so that we can put a moral veneer over it so that everything looks fine. Or rather, it's really more the case that these things are presented as ideas which are beyond good and evil. This is something that I keep wanting to bring up over and over again because it's something that is so nefarious throughout our system, throughout our culture, in our thinking, that there are some things that are simply necessary, right? And that we can take morality out of the equation because we simply must do this, and there is nothing in existence which is that way. There is no need which takes precedence over morality. Period. But we pretend in a myriad of ways that, well, we can't do anything about the fact that there's inequality. We can't do anything about the fact that some people are going to exploit some other people. Yes, we can, actually. We don't need to accept that those are inevitable realities that must necessarily always be in our organizing of society. We can try to find ways around those things without accepting that they're inevitable. Right, the existence of the state itself is often thought of as a necessary evil. Right, so we don't like the idea that we have to appeal to some other authority that is actually in control of all of our rights and liberties and maintaining our economic structures and maintaining our legal structures and maintaining our police forces, right? And it's simply not the case that it must be. It doesn't have to be. We could do things differently, actually. Nothing is strictly necessary except for that you are bored and that you will die. Everything else is subject. Also brown in public now. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, black in public is definitely a crime in America, and also brown in public. I usually try to say non-white. I used to use BIPOC a lot, but even that is a little bit limiting, I think. Right on. Good. So let's get back and finish this video up. Good. Change my view though.
And what's the mouth thing? Like, what does this mean? I don't know. It's like a pursed, a pained smile. Maybe you're demonstrating that. Yeah, you're in a little bit of pain, or maybe it's just an anti-smile, right? If you cut someone off and you smile, then you're being an asshole. If you cut someone off and do like a pained anti-smile, then you're like, I'm sorry, I know that was my fault. Let's just go with that. Anyway, you see, the metaphors of politeness go all the way down into just physical expressions. The bow, the wave, they go all the way down into our expressions. And these are not things that are consciously thought out. They're almost automatic responses. Most people do this stuff most of the time. Different cultures, for sure, they got different gestures. But if you don't do what's expected, you're considered antisocial.
I'm going to get right back to the video, but real quick. Most of us do most of this stuff most of the time. And most of the time, we're doing those things completely habitually, without any critical reflection at all.
Or you're an asshole. And we didn't choose these rules, right? And the funny thing is that no one chose these rules. We inherited them from people who inherited them. And religion kind of does the same stuff, performs the same function no matter where you find it. And that is to justify social coherence and to give everyone incentives to do good. To do good just means to perform properly. The reason that we have this stuff is because hundreds of years ago, whatever it is, these things worked. Now still, some of these things will work today. A lot of them won't though. You have to forget about a lot of this stuff. If you're JD Vance, converting to Catholicism is just entering the religion aisle and picking the most based one, or the one that makes you feel good.
That's a big part of it, especially the stability of it. I'm not just talking about the stability of the nuclear family, but the stability of an institution that has endured over 2,000 years, right? I mean, I'm like most people, very aware of my mortality, and I kind of like the idea of being part of something that's existed over many generations and hopefully will endure for many, many generations to come.
So religions, these are the real estate religions. These are the ones that you have to go someplace on the weekend and you have to read one book more especially than the other books. None of them are right, but none of them are really wrong. What they can provide for you, I guess, is group therapy with some superstition and theology thrown in. When you're on YouTube, I don't know if you know how huge like religious debates were like 15 years ago. YouTube was all just cat videos and people debating religion. But this is not religion. This is debating theology, the existence of God, whether he's all-knowing, all good, all-powerful, blah, blah, blah. That's the Christian version of apologetics.
We have to define what we're talking about before we can just debate.
Okay, well,
right?
so here's my
I
position.
said that God, among other things.
I'm actually a non-theist. I'm not an atheist. I believe the human condition is one of uncertainty. And what that means is that I don't believe that you can conclude there is a God with certainty, and I don't believe that you can conclude that there is a God without in this.
That's theology. That's not religion. And religion is like 100,000 years older than theology. All right. And most people, you know, the angry comments that are going to be down below, they're all, too, talking about theology. And theology is a reflective, intellectual activity that basically just justifies the thing that you already want to believe anyway, whether you're atheist, Trinitarian, monotheist. Now, that's not the religion that I'm talking about. Religious belief is pre-reflective, and it's unconscious, and we all do it anyway. I'm almost tempted to say it's deterministic. Maybe one step below deterministic, whatever that is. And it's worth noting.
So, William, you were not wrong for talking about the way that I was talking about this idea that I was talking about at the beginning of stream, when I was first getting started on this video, for you raising those concerns about there being determinism baked into this. There is definitely a large, powerful element of determinism in it. But I am a free will advocate. I believe that we have it. I believe that we have very little of it, that we are mostly determined beings. And most of our characteristics, of our ideologies, of our judgments, of our values are things which are given to us. Now, some of us, not everyone, but some of us contend with those ideas somewhat. We are given something and then we understand it within a certain way, or we reject it a certain way. In either case, we are still determined by that society. If you reject the society and you rebel against it, your rebellion is a reflection of what the society is. Again, you are determined by it, unavoidably, in all ways, every way, all the time. However, you can understand certain things about the way that things are and believe that they ought to be otherwise, and work towards creating a tomorrow which enables different kinds of opportunities and other kinds of options, which will enable you to change to some degree your position, your relative place in the world, and your material reality. The degree to which we have real free will power is almost completely under our radar, beyond our attention, right? The things that we believe, that we make choices about, are not really choices. And this has to do with you as a decision maker. This is a conversation that we had with Apolitical Daddy. You weren't here for that. So the way that the world is shapes you into a kind of being. And you, as an animal, are going to respond to the stimuli that you get in your environment in a kind of way. You get a little bit of choice about how you respond to how you feel about how these things impact you. And this is where you get your free will, is you choose what you find to be acceptable, what you choose to be just, what you choose to be valuable. And then you work with those things to try to redefine those things for yourself. And in so doing, you make yourself a different kind of being with how you think and how you understand and how you react to the stimuli that you get, that you're exposed to. This can help put you in a different kind of environment. So now you're exposed to different kinds of stimuli, right? That's where we get free will. Here's another way to think about it. You don't choose every morning what shirt to put on. The choice was already made for you by the shirts that you have populated your drawer with. Right? The decisions that you made yesterday, metaphorically, right? However many yesterdays ago since you bought your last shirt/shirts, right? However long your history of shirts is going back, that determines what you have for options, right? You're not choosing which shirt to wear. The choices have already been made for you. You pick among the things that you have already self-selected for yourself, right? You can make different choices about the kinds of shirts that you can make, but you are limited by your material conditions, the shirts that you have. And that you chose a red one or a blue one or a purple one, none of that's really choice. The choice was made when you bought the shirt and you put it in your drawer. The thing that you do in the morning before you put your clothes on is its ritual and its habit. You're going through the motions and you are believing that you're making real deliberate choices about things that are going to affect your life, but you're not. You already made those decisions. You know what you're going to wear tomorrow, today. Or you know that it's going to be reduced to a certain set of things. That's probably somewhat predictable. I bet you could look at your drawer right now and go, I'm going to wear that tomorrow, right? Do I wear my PJs out to walk the dog? Yes. But I don't wear my PJs out beyond that. But I definitely wear PJs. I am a PJ wearer. Yeah, but not out, right? Welcome in, Vitingale. It's great to see you. Lurk while I work. Well, fantastic. Thank you for bringing your lurk here today. I appreciate it. Let's give a shout out for Vitingale. Everyone, if you are not already following Vitingale, go follow them. They are a comrade who plays a lot of amazing music. One of my favorite things about watching Vitingale stream is that it is non-stop entertainment. I go through ebbs and flows where I'm like, okay, I'm on fire right now, and sometimes I'm just sitting around here not doing anything. Vitingale it's always just non-stop fantastic entertainment. So go check them out. Oh, no, you're fine. You're good. I appreciate you being here, William of Orange. Anyways, let's get back to the video. Switch back.
Of course, anthropologically, religion is like 100 times older than God is. Like, these guys, they aren't even human, and they're already doing religion. In its radical form, religion is burial rites and food laws, and even today, you can see that every human, everywhere, still does burial rituals and food rituals. Everyone gets a funeral, at least in principle, exceptions exist. You get a cake on your birthday.
Nisa, food is life, right? Ritual and food, come on, this is up your alley.
You take your date to a restaurant. You don't eat raw meat, except for the exceptions. But yeah, no matter what they are, they're different, cross-cultural, but every human, pretty much, still has food rights going on. That's why I don't believe in atheists, at least when it comes to religion. Now we want to go to one more thing. Who is God if this is religion? God is a metaphor with many iterations, many layers, but if you go back, trace the evolution, what we call God, what we still call God in terms of this effervescent feeling, God is a metaphor for society, for society's coherence specifically. To believe in God, then, is to believe in society, that it has a future, that it's worth fighting for. And the opposite of that, an atheist would be not a metaphysical nihilist, but a moral nihilist. And as you well know, performing your religion, being good, has, in the past, meant human sacrifice, death sentences, genocides. These things were, for some reason, good at the time. Being good can mean both cleansing your hands of wicked deeds or cleansing your lands of wicked parasites. All right, I feel like I'm wrapping up here. I feel like I'm on the way. But I did want to say, religion does permit things like murder, death penalty, and ethnic cleansing, maybe. That's part of it. But the majority of every religion in every society is respect. Respect society, respect your parents or ancestors. If you respect the people around you, you can then expect that they'll respect you in return. If someone messes up, right, now we have a sort of backstop. Then we get into written codes. But prior to written codes, there's unwritten codes for what happens to you if you break the rules. Eye for an eye. Now, there's this one religious guy that you might have heard of, Jesus Christ. He came into a religious context that was
Yes, it was, and I'm not sure that it was the best either, but no, so it's not about the burial rite, really. Burial rite is being used as an expression here, or as an example. It's about adherence to codes or rules that don't have clear explanation, right? And the example that he gave was that the Neolithic people, before they had invented gods or religions, they were fitting in particular places. They didn't understand the germ theory. They didn't understand the need for us to separate the food and water from the places that we shit and piss in. But there was some kind of function that served to get people to act and perform in a certain kind of way. Even if they didn't understand the reason or the rules, they were adhering to systems which enabled their persistence, which enabled them to make sense of the world and to survive. That's what religion is in this sense that it's being used. So what Plastic Pills is doing is taking the way that you think about religion and that we worship gods and tearing it away from the original way that we had used religion before we had deities and gods that we worshipped, right? And using these two ideas side by side to contrast each other. I think that they hate saying they're dead. Are ants religious? To me, it's too far. Well, I don't think it's too far. I think that to assume that the reason why ants do something with their dead and the reason why we do something with their dead as different is a mistake. I believe that there's not a significant enough difference between those two functions that happen within populations. They're not that different, actually. With humans, we like to believe that we have rational, thoughtful, deliberate reasons for the things that we do. But this is us deluding ourselves, right? Have you heard about Sartre's absurdism? Or Beckett might be a better example. But no, it's hubris, and it's us lying to ourselves about our self-grandeur, right? We are putting ourselves on a pedestal above all the other animals in the animal kingdom, despite the fact that we are just animals and we do the same kinds of biological things functionally that most other non-human animals do. That we are not that different. I disagree with that. I completely disagree that humans are better categorically in any reasonable, conceivable way than other animals on the planet. Humans do harm to other animals, just across the board as a standard form of practice, which is not something necessarily that other non-human animals do. There are some non-human animals that prey on other non-human animals for food to sustain themselves, but that's not why we do it. That's not why we do it. Argue with that when whales make an internet. That would be funny if they did. That would be fantastic. And that's the thing. I don't think that humans have any reason to privilege themselves or to believe that they are smarter or better or more morally deserving of anything than any other non-human animal. We are all just sharing this planet. What I'm saying is that we need explanation because we are better than them. Yeah, we'll have to agree to disagree on that. And that's completely okay, right? It's probably helpful for all of us to have some disagreements about how we understand and see the world, because then it's going to make our conversations much more nuanced and colorful and more diverse in the kinds of perspectives that we can consider. If I were to just shut you down, William, and say, no, you're wrong, then I'm just being dogmatic about my beliefs, right? I encourage that you have a different perspective, and that you are comfortable sharing that perspective with the rest of us. I think that that's just good. There's going to be some disagreement, because I'm with Jane on this, that human exceptionalism is a delusion, and I don't think it's a delusion that does humans any good. It doesn't do us any benefit to put ourselves in a category above, aside, or apart from non-human, the rest of the non-human, inspirited world around us. I would get my philosophy degree from an elephant, right? I mean, if I would too, if an elephant could teach me philosophy. Oh my God! Have you ever Ishmael? That reminds me of the book Ishmael. If I could learn philosophy from Ishmael, oh man, that would be good. Then I'd really have some great streams. But I'm going to finish up the video at this point. Because we're getting close to the end. 5 minutes to the end.
Maze of rules, and said, yo guys, actually, we only need 2 rules here. Respect God, respect others. That's all you need for religion. Then he died, and his followers made him into a labyrinthine religion with a maze of rules. And they're still doing that today. But think of it like this. Respect, the word respect, is etymologically very close to the word religion. One is to re-look, and the other is to re-observe.
Well, we're going to come back and get that point in a minute. But see, that's the worst kind of self-evident truth, William of Orange. That's the worst kind of self-evident truth. One that's not evidently evident to other people. To me, it's physically clear, you say, right? But to me, it's not. It's not demonstrably true. It is not the case. Somehow the most powerful doesn't make us better. I don't want anyone to be angry. Oh no, these conversations are supposed to be fun. Us having extinctions list also doesn't help. Here's what I recommend that we should do. Because I don't want anyone to be angry, and William, I really appreciate you being willing to just step back. But also, so here's what I think would be helpful. You're both clearly passionate about this, and you have ideas that you would like to convey. And passion is good. If you would like, pick up the conversation on the Discord. And what I mean is, like, don't leave my stream right now and go argue on Discord. And I don't argue on Discord anyway. But it might be helpful for each of you to think about how you would like to articulate your point. Write something up and post it, right, in the Discord. And then, that way there can be some time that you can think about what the other person has said. And that way you have space for the back and forth. Right now we're all on stream. I have a tendency to get really itchy fingers, especially when I'm passionate, especially when I'm feeling upset or getting mad about the conversation. And I don't want you guys to be arguing with each other. I like the idea of discourse that enables disagreement, but arguing is not the same, right? So, humans are barely a blip on the universal or even planet in timeline. When we are gone, the planet will take everything back. We aren't exceptional, and exceptionalism leads to other harmful hierarchies. And thank you. That was the point that I was trying to get to, that I kept trying to get there and getting distracted. Exceptionalism of any kind, right, leads necessarily to unhelpful, unjust hierarchies. So to me, it's a problematic way to think about the world, because then all of the ways that you are seeing the world are going to be through this framework that has that privileges things arbitrarily. Yeah, the Earth is a Who article. That's a good share too. That's a really good idea, Kaya Matara. Thank you for sharing that, because that's going to be very helpful. I think. But for now, let's shelve the conversation in the chat. And maybe if you guys don't want to have the conversation, you pick up the conversation in the Discord later too, that's also fine. But whether you do, whether you don't, But the reason why I suggested that is because it's a forum that allows you to get your ideas out there. And then if you want to edit your ideas, you can, because Discord gives you the option to edit your post. And then there's time, right? You can take days and think about it and mull things over, and especially if you want to exchange resources, that kind of stuff takes time. When I was a chatter and I was online all the time and I was used to having lots of, I was arguing. I thought that it was productive discourse, but when I was arguing an awful lot online, I would just get, so in the mode of react, rather than taking my time to contemplate and to articulate myself carefully and thoughtfully. So, if that's what you all would like to do, that might be a better place. But let's get back to the video. I want to back this up a little bit, because these definitions are really helpful, I think.
Respect God, respect others. That's all you need for religion. Then he died, and his followers made him into a labyrinthine religion with a maze of rules. And they're still doing that today. But think of it like this. Respect, the word respect, is etymologically very close to the word religion. One is to re-look, and the other is to re-observe. I mean, yeah, that's pretty damn close. Your religion is your respect. What do you respect? How do you demonstrate or show respect? And still today, the kernels of religion are holding doors open for pregnant women and old people. We shake hands when we are meeting somebody. We stand politely in line until it's our turn, and we return our shopping cart to the sacred cart area. If you're an atheist, of course, then you just leave the cart in the middle of the parking lot. Now, if that's what religion really is, why the weird clothes? Why do you have to wash your hands so many times? These real estate religions that are still around, they have survived by being conservative. What do religions do? They conserve. They conserve the clothes. What else do they conserve? They conserve ancient physical actions, getting on your knees to pray, lighting candles. Why are candles considered more appropriate to religious ritual than light bulbs? Because they didn't have light bulbs when the rituals were invented. And all of this used to have some sort of general meaning that would have, not seemed weird. Why do religions suggest that you bow to pray? Well, our society does not bow. Bowing, like waving, is a kind of submission offering. You bow to someone who has the right to kill you because they could, weapon you in the back of the head. You're showing them a sensitive part of your body, not looking at them, averting your eyes, and basically they are in the physical position to do whatever they want to you because you can't see them. So this is for, your Lord, your superior, your better. You're submitting in case he wants to beat you down. So yeah, Allah, God, you're making it easier for him to hit you in the back of the head. But once again, God can't hit you in the back of the head because he's real, but he doesn't exist. So this had a practical meaning at one time, and like a lot of things we do, we continue to do it.
Just want to take a moment and contrast that idea that we're talking about over here, the bowing and the showing deference and all of that, with the video, Mana, the power of knowing who you are, and the balance and the level aspect of that's conveyed by this video, which I'm going to go ahead and post in here too. somehow. What? What's the question? Oh, you weren't here when we watched the video. So you'll probably have to watch. It's not a very long one. It's 15 minutes to get the context of that. But it has to do with being able to communicate. Being able to communicate requires that people be on the same level. And when people are not on the same level, it's not communication. It's a different kind of relationship, which I'll let them explain because they explain it very well. That'll fill in the gaps. But I think that there's definitely an important contrast to be made between these concepts.
Ignorantly, for the sake of society. It doesn't literally make sense because God's not the type of thing that can hit you in the back of the head, but the metaphor is repeated anyway. Religion and ideology, these are terms that I think are largely interchangeable, where you do things and you don't know why.
Yeah, I'm not really sure I understand your pushback, William of Orange. I didn't understand it the first time that you made it up there. It's not that they're Latin words. It's not that they're both Latin words. They explain the relationship of the history of those words and how they relate to each other. Why do you think it's a bad point? Because they're just different ways of thinking about the same phenomenon, which is very common in Latin. I'm not sure how experienced you are with Latin, but it's a very context-heavy language. So all of the meanings of all of the words always depends on all of the other words that are around them. So all of the words always have, it's not just this word means this one thing, that ever. All the words mean a whole bunch of different things and are often used in conjunction around each other to signify certain kinds of things with each other. No, and that's not at all what he's trying to argue. And I appreciate that you're trying to be critical of the video, but is much more dissimilar than you're saying to context. Well, and that's okay. Right, and lots of languages do that. And it, your pushback has been noted, but I don't think it's a particularly powerful pushback. But maybe, and this is something that you might do, is hop on to the video and make the post on, make a comment, right? Make a comment on the video because Plastic Pills will probably respond to it. Well, and to be clear, I'm not saying like, I'm not trying to make fun of you or anything. Maybe I don't get the pushback, and I don't think there's a lot there. It feels to me like it doesn't diminish the point trying to be made.
Candles. Why are candles considered more appropriate to religious ritual than light bulbs? Because they didn't have light bulbs when the rituals were invented. And all of this used to have some sort of general meaning that would have, not seemed weird. Why do religions suggest that you bow to pray? Well, our society does not bow. Bowing, like waving, is a kind of submission offering. You bow to someone who has the right to kill you because they could, weapon you in the back of the head. You're showing them a sensitive part of your body, not looking at them, averting your eyes, and basically they are in the physical position to do whatever they want to you because you can't see them. So this is for, your Lord, your superior, your better. You're submitting in case he wants to beat you down. So yeah, Allah, God, you're making it easier for him to hit you in the back of the head. But once again, God can't hit you in the back of the head because he's real, but he doesn't exist. So this had a practical meaning at one time, and like a lot of things we do, we continue to do it ignorantly for the sake of society. It doesn't literally make sense because God's not the type of thing that can hit you in the back of the head, but the metaphor is repeated anyway. Religion and ideology, these are terms that I think are largely interchangeable, where you do things and you don't know why. You do them because the code is the right thing to do. But we have turned, unfortunately, the words religion and ideology into mental activities that are just about what you are saying to yourself about what you're doing rather than what you are doing. You know that old phrase, actions speak louder than words? This is the kernel of the meaning of religion for me. Believing is not a mental activity where you grant your assent to some proposition. Religion's what you do. So take everything I've said from religion, you can just paste it onto what we say about ideology too. We think that ideology has a marketplace. There's conservative and liberal and left-wing, and you go into the grocery store of ideologies and you pick the one that just feels best to you. I don't think so. Ideology is demonstrated in what you do. And what do they do? Whether you're a radical, a Muslim, a liberal, a Christian, all of them stand in the same line politely at the grocery store. When they stop standing in line politely at the grocery store, that's when you're worried, because it means your society is falling apart. All of them, they go into the correct washrooms. They all wash their hands, at least if someone else is looking. They all wear clean clothes, even if they're weird. They all act politely. For the most part, it's about not causing the scene. This applies to atheists, right? Just as much as the rest of them. All right, that's going to be my video. There's links if you want to hear more from me. I haven't actually stopped posting except on public YouTube. So, yep. Thank you to all these people.
We don't need to watch all that. But I highly recommend everybody go like the video. If you like the video. If you don't like it. But that's up to you. But belief is not a choice, and likewise religion is not a choice. Correct. I would agree with that. What I think, well, I guess I could wait for Jane to respond. But yeah, what I think is we should have gotten through that video in about an hour, and it took me 4. Because I don't know. I guess I'll just I think that what we get a choice in is how we understand the world. And I don't mean this in quite the limited way that a Stoic might mean this. So a Stoic is going to say that the world is determined. There's nothing you can do about it. You might as well have a happy attitude about it, right? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you can't make the world other than it is, because materially it is. You can change you so that you become the kind of being that does the kind of things that puts you in different kinds of situations. You can change you, your attitudes and your understanding of the world to small degrees. And the more that you can change yourself and be the kind of being who is now in a different kind of position is your ability of free will, for you choosing to put yourself in different kinds of situations that don't allow for these other kinds of situations. act in relation to belief is a... Wouldn't that fall under belief? Well, okay, good. So there's a distinction to be made here, and we made this distinction on the last stream, and we must have made that before you hopped in. So when we no, maybe it was a stream before. When we're talking about belief, there are two ways that we might mean this. Some people might believe that climate change is real, such that they understand that there are studies out there, there are scientists who believe a certain kind of attitude, and they believe that they don't want to argue with those people, that they accept their authority, and that they're going to go about their life as though that's true, right? But this is an empty, flaccid, useless belief that doesn't actually mean anything. It's just an idea that somebody holds in their head. If somebody believed in climate change, that would interfere with how they lived their life. They would find opportunities to carpool. They would find ways to recycle. They would find ways to reduce their own carbon footprint. So there's a belief over here where you hold in your mind that some ideas might be true, right? Then there's belief, which requires you to change your life in fundamental, important, identity compromising ways for you to become a different thing, a different kind of being that believes different kinds of things. You have fundamentally changed because of the belief, and not just what's in your head. How you act and how you engage with the world is fundamentally different. You are a different being because of the belief you have. It's not an opinion or an attitude or a feeling or an idea that you think might or might not be true. Belief requires you to do something about your life and your relationship to the thing. Otherwise, it's empty and flaccid. It's not really anything of consequence. But the thing, I think, is all right. Then I'll go to hell. Oh, right. Right. Well, in that kind of way, I don't think that really, I that's the kind of thing. If that's wrong, then I don't want to be right, kind of thing. I think that's what I think when people can know that they'll have the eternal suffering and believe it to be true. But see, they can't. This goes back to that point earlier when I was saying, when you were saying sometimes people do things that they don't want to, and I pushed back and said, no, people always do what they want to do. And this is the same kind of thing, right? It is not the case. It is not the case that there are Christians who believe in Christianity who do not act Christian-like. That's fallacy. That is an untruth. That's not the state of affairs. That's not the way the world is. Those people aren't Christian, and they don't believe in Christianity, because if they did, then they wouldn't act that way. They wouldn't do those things. I completely push back against that idea. If someone believes in Christianity and that Christianity is true, then that fundamentally changes their life. Otherwise, they don't actually believe it, or they believe that they entertain in the abstract the idea that the idea might be true, right? That's not the same thing as belief. Belief requires commitment. It's going to change you and how you interact to the world. Otherwise, it's not. It's not that. Knowledge is a type of belief. I think belief is more nuanced than that. Please expound upon that, Nisa. That all Democrats are pedophiles, sincerely. Wait. Well, no, but that's my point. No, that's my point. You can't believe that all Democrats are all pedophiles. You can't actually believe that. Because if you did, and you're the kind of person that can't engage reasonably with pedophiles, then you can't go about your life. You can't work your job. You can't function. That's not really true. You can't just believe that. And that's what I'm saying. What you seem to think is that you can put words into your mind and that you can believe those words despite states of affairs outside of your mind. And what I'm telling you is that's not true. What you're doing is you're playing a game with yourself. It's a form of self-deception. You're playing a word logic game with yourself, where you believe that you can hold certain ideas in your mind, and those ideas don't correlate to real states of affairs in the world, right? And that's fine. This is the idea of abstraction, right? But then you can't relate your ideas back to the world, and you know this. That's not the way that the real world works. Otherwise, you could just take the pie out of your brain and put it in the real world, and that unicorn into the real world. That's not the way the real world works, right? There's if you believe that, your actions would demonstrate that your actions are not such that they demonstrate a real, valid belief that all Democrats are pedophiles. Clearly, you don't. You don't, actually. No, the real world never 100 reflects how we want it to be. That's true, and that doesn't have any pushback against the thing that I'm saying. Again, still not pushing back, though. You can't engage meaningfully in ways that affect the world, that do not cohere with real, actual beliefs that you hold, right? You might believe that you understand the world a certain way, but your actions betray otherwise. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. What you are operating under is a delusion that you are able to separate these processes out, and that you're a rational computer, and that you make rational decisions, and that you can separate your rational mind out from the emotions and the physical parts of the real world. You can't. I'm trying to help you understand that you're making major mistakes in how you understand the world. What am I trying? Yeah. You're insisting on believing this is interfering with your. I don't have a better way to phrase it. Let me just think about it for a second. Are they actually pedos, William? Right. William, I mean, this whole conversation is really devolving pretty quickly. Now, first off, nobody here likes Democrats. Nobody here is a big fan of Democrats. That they are not helpful for our political spectrum. But to make sweeping statements about them all being pedophiles is certainly less helpful, right? I disagree with his assumption that belief is always congruent with action. No. But it is, William. But it is necessarily. It is necessarily. We might have to have a whole episode on schizophrenia. Because that's no. That's not name calling. It's a philosophical idea where we hold beliefs, and those beliefs are coherently detached from the material real world in which we live. That's it's Welcome in, Trashnomancer. I forgot to say hi to you when I saw you come in. It's good to see you, Trashnomancer. All right, it's not my goal to change anybody's mind about anything. But I will say, William, it's I think there's a few things that you might need to reflect on that would be helpful for you to reflect on. And one of those things would be that you would make some kind of claim about Democrats all being pedophiles. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, actually, and I really don't want you to unpack it, because that's not appropriate. It's not necessary, it's not helpful here. Don't do that here. Don't. Stop. Don't. Good. Because if you actually believe anything even in the ballpark, then that's a reason for you to need to do some self-reflecting. That's a weird, strange, absurd belief to have about groups of people. Why are you not doing what you think is doing maximally to support that? Like, don't you have some sense of how the United States government should be? Why are you not doing what you think is doing maximally to support that? I literally am. Excellent point, William. I literally am. If I thought I could be doing something more to undermine the state, to undermine oppression, I would be doing that too. But I am doing everything to the greatest extent that I believe that I am able. That's the reason why I'm a college professor. I could do other things and make a whole bunch of money. I could do almost anything else and make more money and have a comfortable life. But what I would rather do is make the world a better place. And the best mechanism for me to do that is to introduce young people to ways that they can think critically about the world so that they can better understand how to make their own lives better. Because when those people understand how to make their own lives better, they will. And then I will live in a better place because those other people are out there doing other things that they believe are good for them and others. That's what I'm doing here. No, right, because you don't know my conditions, you don't know my abilities, and you don't know what I believe to be true. See, and this is something else too, right? You do what you believe is right based on the knowledge that you have. Remember when we were talking about like if you get a job, you really want the job, and so you work hard to get the job, and then you get the job and you find out you don't really like the job so much, or it takes too much of your time away, or you don't like ripping people off, or whatever it is that you don't like about the job. You have gained new information. You have become a different kind of being now. You have changed. You're different now. Your beliefs and understanding about the world are fundamentally now such that you don't want that job. You did when you materially were a different kind of being, but now you've changed into a different kind of being. And that change takes place because of the knowledge that you've gained. If I knew of other things that I could do to better undermine the government, I would do those things. And when things come to my attention, I change me into a different kind of thing that does different kinds of things in the world. That's where we get the free will, is I change me into a different kind of being that does different kinds of things. Yeah, they may not know, and that's the thing. It's called epistemologic availability. When certain ideas or possibilities are closed off to us because we don't have knowledge or information about those ideas or those possibilities are epistemologically unavailable, which means literally, practically, in the real material sense, they don't exist in any meaningful, conceivable way, right? It might be possible for X person to lift themselves out of poverty, but for X person to lift themselves out of poverty, they would have to know that they would need to go and talk to this person over here who is going to refer to them to this person who is going to offer them this kind of job, doing this kind of thing. But if this person doesn't know that, then they don't have a way to lift themselves out of poverty, if assuming that that's the only way that they have to lift themselves out of poverty. So technically, the possibility exists for a being like them. That possibility doesn't exist for them because of what they know and what they believe to be true about the world. That's the kind of thing that I'm trying to get you to understand, is that we do what we think is best given the information. We regret our choices later. We regret our choices because we now have new information. Doesn't mean that they don't hold genuine beliefs, even if they aren't doing it in ways. No, it does. It does. And that's what I'm saying. Okay, so here's, maybe this will help. William, if what you're saying, it doesn't mean they don't hold genuine beliefs if they aren't doing it in ways you find inappropriate, right? That what I find appropriate doesn't matter. If they're not doing things that reflect that belief, it's not really a belief. It's some other kind of thing. It's an idea. That's the thing that you're missing. Categorically, that's a necessary consequence. That's a necessary relationship between belief and states of affairs in the world, is it has to do with what one does. If there is inconsistency, that's not belief. That's something different. That's the point that I'm trying to get you to understand. Well, I mean, I would agree with that, actually. I don't think that there are real Christians. No, that's not what I mean. Okay. Here's where I think what we need to do is we probably just need to call it for now. And I think what will be helpful is for us to, each one of us, to spend some time digesting the interactions that we've had with each other today. I think that there is a lot more conversation to be had. It is a true Scotsman thing. It's kind of like that, but it's not. But it's not. We might have to have a conversation about categorical necessity. I don't know. We'll have to think about how we can get there. Have you always perfectly followed your values? No. Which means that my beliefs were inconsistent. And some of those beliefs were in conflict with some of my other beliefs. But the way that I interacted with the world was always informed by genuine belief. Always necessarily categorically. I did what I thought was right. I did what I wanted to. And this is, again, going back to when you do something but you didn't really want to do the thing. Right. I want you to hold this idea in your head where you understand that there's something that you believe you should do because of some kind of duty or something that you owe your friends or some kind of obligation, right? But you don't really want to do it. I want you to hold this idea in your head, right? If you do it, that's what you wanted to do. Period. You entertain the idea that you could have not. And I think that this is important, and I'm not trying to dismiss that, right? You recognize there's something you believe you should do. And this is what you're probably gonna do. You don't want to do it. But if you do it, then you believe that that was the right thing to do. It was worth it for you to do it. Or you wouldn't have. That's what I'm saying. Is if there was something that you felt like you should do, but you didn't really want to do it, if you didn't give a shit about that thing, then you wouldn't do it. You just wouldn't. That's the thing that I'm trying to get you to understand, is you are revealing things to yourself about how you understand the world that I'm pretty sure you are ignoring. Your body self is trying to give you signals about things that you like and what you want to do and where you want to go in the world. And rational brain you keeps shutting all those things down rather than being sensitive to what it is that you are drawn to, how it is that you actually behave and perform in certain kinds of situations. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of social pressure, right, to do stuff. And if you didn't believe that the social pressure was valuable, you wouldn't do it. That you do indicate that you have a belief that that thing is worthwhile. Necessarily. And if you didn't think that that thing was worthwhile, trust me, you wouldn't have done it if you didn't want to do it. You do what you want to do. All the time. Every time. when you do a thing, it is always what you wanted to do unless it's an accident. That's different when you intend to do one thing and what happens is something different, where you miss when you are cutting and you cut your finger, right? I'm not saying that you wanted to cut yourself. That's an accident, right? That's not the same as deciding that you wanted to be this kind of profession and then getting into that role and then changing your mind, right? New information makes you a different kind of being that makes you want to do different kinds of things, to believe different things about the world. So your behavior becomes different. It's either every self-professed Christian are true Christians or none are. I'm going to go with none. Missile machine can break things. Yeah, missile line machine can break things. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, let's because I've been streaming for a long time, 5.5 hours. I intended this to actually be a shorter stream than normal, but it ended up being a much longer stream. Thank you all for being here and for keeping me talking. I appreciate that. I did put in a good shift. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try and find someone to stream out to. My brain is tired, y'all. And that's a lot of times I know if I'm having trouble articulating, usually I can explain something in a million different ways. And when I'm running out of ways to creatively express the same ideas, it's time to call it. But it was a good stream. Thank you all for being here. It's a fantastic conversation. I think that we got covered a lot of really great ground, got through the video. So that was a lot of fun. I recommend that you all go and watch the video again on your own. It's one that I've already watched a few times. I'll probably watch it a few times again. There's a lot of stuff in there. There's a lot of tie-ins too to the stuff I've been talking about over the last few streams. But I'm going to get out of here. We are going to raid the 27 Club. I've already got the raid going. David is one of my favorite streamers to watch. They do an amazing job of covering news and content, React content, and they just have some really great takes. So I appreciate the heck out of them. Let's go show some love to their community. Right, I was gonna do that, but that's all right. Absolutely. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. Nisa, Trash Nomancer, William of Orange, Chain, of course,